So let me just find out with my own checking capacities if this is working. There we go. Yes, it is. It's working like Jacob the Jerkin. What's going on with love? What's that thing I love so much? Of course, Brandon had it coming. I just had to bring up evolution. Oh, I didn't want to have to do that explanation of evolution.
I mean,
I should have just bit my tongue. Should have just bit my tongue and not said anything about it. I can do that, but I was already starting to trip a little bit. So
oh,
these are pretty good mushrooms, for as I could tell.
cool.
It seems like I've been eating, the amount I've been eating is about an egg because these actually measured eggs look like just about the exact amount I've been eyeballing for how much I wanted to eat. So that's good to know that that's how much I've been eating.
My mom just asked me how things went for the dentist today.
Oh, tell her to tell her we canceled it. Uh, just say I didn't see any good reason to go. Really, I'm not in any pain. I can do it later. Oh, I got it. So, you can't hear me. Everyone's like, we can't hear you. When you can hear me, everyone's like, we don't even want to be here. Glad to hear there's no pain. Yeah, there's never been any pain. We took her to get her teeth cleaned to get just a general diagnosis of the state of things because she hadn't been to the dentist in a long time. And what I think we both came to our senses about at some point here is if she's not in any pain and why are we going to spend $300 on more x-rays and a second opinion about stuff to get done when that's not how you should ever approach dentistry, right? You go to the dentist when you have a problem that, you know, makes it necessary to go to the dentist. I just figured while I was going to dentist, it would be just a good time for her to go get a dental appointment. We didn't expect to get this $15,000 proposed repair, unnecessary repair work shit done. And it was quite a shock to the
They're
system.
like, you know how my parents are with doctors. They like love them and respect
Well,
them.
just tell her that we'll deal with it later. You know that when
I
the
can't even reply, she said.
and just leave it like that.
Okay.
Just leave it. What a nut job.
Thank you.
What a fucking
I
nut job.
told you.
All I got in is one time I had a cavity between two teeth and I didn't even know it. That was the one time I had a cavity. Okay, well, if in fact Rachel has a cavity and doesn't know it, then let's wait for her to know it. And then we'll get it fixed. Look, oh, look, there's a problem with your car that needs to get fixed. It needs to be running just fine. I didn't I didn't notice any problem. Well, you brought it in here, I know, to get it cleaned, but I discovered a problem. Okay, well, what is it? It you your teeth. That's what's the problem. There's a lot of things that I could see myself doing to these teeth. Or your car. I do both. I'm a car mechanic and a dentist. Did you get your car? No, I did not get it back yet. They just shipped the fucking thing today, tonight. Like, I just got it. The only reason they shipped it today is because I called to ask about it, and I left a message with the order number. I said, I'm just calling to see if you guys have shipped this.
Am I not standing on business?
What?
Am I not standing on business because I didn't go to the dentist?
No, Rachel. The thing is, for a second, we had lost our minds and thought it was a good idea for you to go to the dentist, even though you weren't complaining of any dental problems. And when you say, well, what do you want to do to my mouth for lots of money? Dentists are going to say, well, I think you should get this. And I think you should get special dental film that you put on your teeth. You need a lot of stuff. You need to come in every 2 months to get your teeth cleaned. Dentistry should not work like that at all. And neither should doctoriness. You just got to deal with the fact that your mom is anti-polar. She does not get this. And she's not going to agree with us. But we're still right. This is not like she doesn't even have on her side the argument you would normally have for medical stuff, which is, it's important you catch it early or else it'll be bad later. you know, with dental stuff, there's no, well, you don't know what he could discover in there. He could discover you've got tooth cancer. No. We've already been to a dentist who ridiculously told you that your teeth, which are causing you no problems, require 8 crowns. And so it's just, no, we're not, just, your mom doesn't like it and you want to tell her something.
No, I'm leaving it at that. Why should I respond?
Oh, you were asking, I'm sorry, you were asking if, in fact, she was right. No, obviously not. She's anti-polar and I'm Eric. Which one of us is right? Who's right? Is it me or your mom? I mean,
I know how my mom is with doctors. Like they both of them.
oh, I know. She just worships the ground they walk on because their whole model of business is exactly what she likes. Look, you're a specialist in knowing how to do this thing, and I can delegate and abdicate my actual agency and put all the decisions in your hands.
Also, like, it's my decision not to go. Like,
Right.
I can't control.
I know what you do. She takes it back saying, actually, I did go and it was a wonderful experience. The dentist said all my teeth are fantastic.
That's what she wants to hear.
Ah, your mom, she causes you so much consternation. I just want you to know that I'm sorry you have to experience that. And that your mom can be a real cunt.
Don't I know it?
Real cunty warbuckles of the first degree. The question I have is this: what is that thing I love so much? What is it? Does anybody know the answer? No, it's not anal. that's that's a good guess, but that's not what it is. I appreciate that as a guess, though, Casey Jones. Some people that would be their thing that they love, I guess. Not HVAC repair. No. Australia has the strictest gun control laws in the world. He did not stop the mass murder. Now the president thinks, see, that shows we need more gun control laws. that 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 kind of logic. Oh my God! If you call it logic, I don't even know what you call it. Doesn't matter what happens. If nothing happens, it's because of all these strict gun control laws. If something does happen, it's because they're not strict enough. Fucking idiots. What dummies. Kamala Harris is not the thing I love, and she's not a thing, she's a person. Is correctly titled That Thing I Love. Casey Jones, um, he he correctly, when he said anal does qualify as a thing, even though it is an action, Sausage sandwiches, no. Task, good evening, my honky. Good evening to you too, my honky. I'm not actually a white person, I'm fluid transracial. I may appear white at the moment. If that's the case, I might be white right now. I usually am not, but actually, I guess I am white right now. But it'll be a change by the end of the day. It's rare that I'm just regular white person. Usually, I have some nationality from far away. You have Adderall and kitchen brooms. Well, you're on the right track, mister. I don't know about the kitchen brooms. Well, good evening, my high yellow individual. When I am yellow, I am high yellow. I'm not always, I don't always be yellow, but when I do, I prefer to be high yellow. I didn't even know they differentiated between yellows by elevation. Do they have lowlands yellow, foothills yellow? Middle of the mountain yellow. I don't know what that part of the mountain is called. And high yellow, that's the top of the mountain. No, I don't like Dave Matthews Band, obviously. The answer is mushrooms. That's the thing I love. And guess what I have? Eaten already. Mushrooms. That's the answer. And if you guessed mushrooms, oh, you did guess mushrooms, Buddy Cat.
We did?
He did.
Sure.
Okay, well,
Nice.
Putty Cat, you are right. You win the prize for guess what's that thing I love. No, I'm not a Jew. Are you? Oh, we don't normally do something so incredibly just inane I'm gonna go ahead and hide you. I like to open first thing when I meet somebody with a good solid display of anti-Semitism. I, I think I find that serves me well in life. Why? What? Just get out of here, you.
Gotta get out of here.
What's his name, you? I could not have cared less. I don't care what religion he is, obviously. As long as he's not one of those damn Muslims. I'd be fine with that too. If you were one of them, like, how did you get in the country? What are you doing here? No, I would not actually be like that. What will you leave for a snack for Santa? Well, whatever I've got lying around. It depends what's in the fridge, you know. Maybe some ketchup. Some ketchup. And one of those little cheese packets. That's
You
what I
could
get.
leave your stuff under the tree.
That'd be a good idea. Well, who's up in the tree? We haven't gotten here
Yeah, okay, here.
yet. Oh, well, we don't have any Jack Daniels. Our new friend here from down the block, he drinks. He was, he brought with him, I'm not sure how many single shots of Jägermeister. It was fantastic. I thought, rock on, bro. That's how you roll. He had the hiccups a lot, though. Maybe he was trying to treat the hiccups. He didn't seem drunk at all. Like, there's nothing about him that seemed any different from the moment when he got here to when he left. He seemed unaffected by all the smoking weed and all and his little bottles of Jägermeister. I'm not sure how strong Jägermeister is. I know it's less strong than actual liquor, which is 80 proof as a standard. It's less strong than that. Jägermeister is. I don't know how strong it is though. But you know, they try to pass it off as like a liqueur or something, but you're just making it weak for to fool people into thinking that they're getting liquor, but it's, hell, where's that extra 10 proof go though? They're just pocketing that. They're stealing those 10 proof and just putting it right into their pockets. That's my claim about Jägermeister 70 proof. Get out of here with your 70 proof. Oh, it's fine. We're just 10 less proof. Okay, well, I buy a dozen eggs and you have 10 less. That's only two eggs. Fantastic logic joke there.
Mm-hmm.
Bonjour. De quoi on parle ici? Yeah, I speak a little French. Sure. Oui, oui, je parle français. Quelle heure est-il? L'autobus à la plage. Everybody get on the autobus à la plage. That means the bus to the beach. Everybody wants to get on the bus to the beach. No, if I took away 10 proofs from 12 eggs, all that's left is 2 eggs. That's a pretty shitty dozen of eggs. It's like if I bought a dozen eggs and I got home and there was only 11 eggs in there, I'd be like, well, shit happens. If I got home and from that dozen eggs, I thought there were only 2 eggs. I mean, that would be a problem. I'd be like, hold on a second. I bought a dozen eggs, but there are only 2 eggs here. That's not even close to a dozen. Everybody takes best out the freezer, that's fine. What are you doing? I'm live streaming. What are you doing? You're watching a live stream. Now that we got that out of the way. Where are you from? I'm from Mariposa, California. Land of the trees. If I wiped with a pine cone, like, okay, this is it. It's no matter where you are in the woods, if you take a shit in the woods, and you're looking around for something to use to wipe with, right? It doesn't matter how shitty the various things are around you. It just never makes sense to choose a pine cone. That's like an example of a thing you should not wipe your butt with. A pine cone. No, that's not a viable choice. Okay? It's not a viable toilet paper alternative. Like leaves, that'd be fine. What's the green thing behind you with the spoon? Oh, it's just my mom. She likes to do that. They hang out back there holding a spoon. She just naturally looks kind of green. The camera makes her look even more green. It's because she's old and dead. What is happening with your voice? Are you sick? Sandy Brent, tell me about it, dog. Tell me about it. I don't think so anymore. I think Winston's mom must have nailed it. I kicked up something when I was out working on the side of the hill or in the shed. Must have caused some kind of allergic reaction because I had this like all of a sudden onset sore throat, scratchy voice, coughing some. I was like, I guess I'm getting sick like really fast. But now it just seems to be fine. But my voice is still messed up. Je n'ai pas compris ce que. I can probably make out what this means, but I need to make it bigger so I can see it. God, one of the worst things of all about being old is having to deal with bad eyes that can't see everything. Je n'ai pas compris ce que c'était le truc but. C'est de la weed? I do smoke a lot of weed. And for information, the verb is fumar. I do smoke a lot of weed. I'm not smoking a lot of weed right now at the moment. That's not what's going on with me. What's going on with me is mushrooms. Or as they say in French, le truffle. I don't know the general word for mushroom is in French. Truffle? Le mushroom? I don't know what mushroom is in French. You're sorry about my yawns? It's fine. Whatever. Worst case scenario, I got a cold. All things considered, it's been a miracle of Christmas miracles. Like, won money at the casino, the dentist stuff all went fine, no infection. Then went to the casino again and won $10, didn't lose. And then had fun hanging out with a new friend. And then got mushrooms. If I got a cold, there's a price for that. Bring it on. I'm more than happy to pay that price. I owe at least that price. So I'd be happy to get a cold and just pay that price for all the Christmas miracles. Mushrooms in French is champignons. Champignons? But that's a fancy sounding name for a mushroom. Mushrooms are horrible, gross things. Except for magic mushrooms, which are God's gift to humanity. Me, anyway. I love mushrooms. They make everything just makes sense. Like, oh, I'm in the warm embrace of my mother's bosom again. It's like titties all around me. Big, milk-filled mother's breasts. That's how soft and reassuring mushrooms are. But I'm just talking about psilocybin mushrooms. The rest of the mushrooms are not like that at all. They're instead gross things that people had to eat at one point because there was like nothing else at all they could eat. So you just had to eat these horrible mushrooms. And then somehow the people decided like, well, I'll just keep eating them, even though we don't need to eat them anymore. Why are we going to charge people if what people do, eat these? You don't have to eat them. And therefore, you should not. It's like oysters. I get it if you're starving Indian or something and you got no other food, it's winter time. You're like, oh fuck. I got I gotta put these whatever in these shells here. The boys they get the shells apart. You know, look at the disgusting loogie thing. And they're like, oh, I have to eat this. They eat it and they realize they're not even done because to get full, they gotta eat like 1,000 of them. Right. That's fine. That's a fine reason to eat oysters. If you're not a starving Indian woman in winter. You have no business eating oysters. It's like, look at me. I can eat this gross shit. Oh, I love it. It tastes so oystery. I can't get enough of its briny flavors. Just shut the fuck up with your oyster lies. Man, please explain to me what that thing behind you. It's whatever you want it to be, okay? It's your dreams, your hopes, your fears, everything. Bruder ist 3 Swingle, swingle little star. What is that saying? Uh, are you quoting Falco? That's gonna be my guess. It speeds with green food coloring. She's a 49. No, you're not changing the name of the shrooms. That's a terrible name for a football team. A terrible name for anything except mushrooms. Terrible, terrible name. Just like nobody should name their kid Cord Overstreet. Do I have a penile? Penile is actually an adjective. What? You can't really have an adjective. You know, things you can have are person, place, things. All right, those are nouns. Hmm. Yeah, but do you have an adjective? Okay, yeah, I have a lot of adjectives. I've got small, I've got pretty, I've got discolored. There's some other adjectives I have. I've got unjust. Wait, that's the noun you said? Like, it's not a noun, though. It's an adjective. You had me fooled there for a second. You named your baby after the French philosopher Penis Saint Clair. Well, as long as you had a good reason. Penis St. Clair. French people, they like their Clairs. You know, they fill it up with stuff. They kind of like a donut a bit, but not really. They just eat those all day long. You know what? How many of those do you think the average French person eats in a day? You'll be surprised by the answer. How many eclairs do you think? Would you guess? The average French person eats in a single day. The answer is almost 4,000. 3,980. That's a lot of eclairs. That includes babies, too. Well, you'd be rude, too, if you had to eat almost 4,000 eclairs a day. Who wouldn't be rude? Rachel versus T.E. Ferry. I don't know what that means. Hmm. What time it is? Those are good mushrooms. I am thoroughly impressed. Like, those are fantastic mushrooms. You know, these are better than any of the mushrooms I've gotten from JoJo or Oakland, really, except for the ghost peas. Those things were outlandish, outlandishly strong. Those ghost peas. But also, if you just pretend PE just means PE, that's the greatest name for a mushroom ever. Ghost PE. You know, it could either be PE class for ghosts, or it could mean like, let's ghost PE. It could probably mean a lot of other things too. Ghost PE is a fantastic name for mushrooms until you discover the sad, horrible truth that I learned later. PE doesn't stand for PE, it stands for penis envy. They're just saying, no, this is a derivative of penis envy. It's a weird one because tiny little mushrooms, whereas penis envy mushrooms are often just gigantic. Like, why? I don't know why, but I prefer small. I do. I have several reasons why I prefer smaller mushrooms. Like, you can divide it up better, and you get like let's say this one. This is an idea I just had right now. Okay, but let's say one individual mushroom is kind of a shitty one, or one of them is particularly good, maybe. But do you want to gamble all that on your one big mushroom? No. You want to have a lot of little mushrooms. Okay, so you get a bad one. I look like Dr. House, but I feel like Dr. Pepper. Okay, Grissom, you're just being disgusting. Just there's an abundance of just human goodness. I'm just gonna time you out this time, but really, I should just hide you for that nonsense. There are more reasons why I like smaller mushrooms too. But I don't know what they are. I can't think of any more now. Bye, stupid Americans. Okay. I mean, I'm a lot of things. I'm an American, and I'm pretty stupid. But that doesn't make me a stupid American. Wait, it does make me a stupid American. All right, you win. Mission accomplished. You have improved and corrected my self concept. Have I consumed magic mushrooms? Mister, you better believe it. Because I did. I ate the whole eighth, one of the two eighths I got, for an astonishingly fair price. And I'm very impressed with them. They're fantastic mushrooms. I'm tripping hard. But I'm still not tripping like in this like unable to connect with the chat way that sometimes I do, but I'm not sure that's a better kind of trip anyway. It's just who knows what maybe that'll happen at some point during this trip. But with mushrooms, you give the credit to the mushrooms, like, oh, these are great mushrooms. But I can get such totally different effects from the same mushroom twice. It's hard to say what's going on. Maybe the mushroom gods are pleased with me and they said, we just think you deserve good mushrooms today. And so they made them good. That makes as much sense to me as anything else. It's not like they looked particularly blue. I get it, like sometimes those ghost pea ones, those were the bluest things I've ever seen. They were like Smurfs. You're scared of mushrooms? Oh, mushrooms aren't scary. Mushrooms are no more scary than a welcoming mother with her apron covered in flour saying, come here, little one. I'll hold you. That's what mushrooms are. They really bring back thoughts of the warmth of Christmas childhood, the safety and security of a loving caregiver. As long as you take Adderall, you gotta take Adderall too. Otherwise, they're not quite as reliable. The Adderall will generally help keep away some of the excessive SI shit that mushrooms have. Like, look, mushrooms, I don't want you to necessarily do all this body stuff that you do. So that's why I take Adderall. It's not to disrespect you. I love you so much. I'm not trying to talk shit or anything. I mean, seriously, I'm your biggest fan, supporter, etc. I'm not trying to talk shit when I say I don't necessarily love all of the physical stuff. I get that you have my interest in mind, and you're trying to like make me purge some whatever or something. But I don't necessarily want that part, so that's why I take Adderall. And in this case, Benadryl to stop my nose from running. Why do I have sex doll on the table? You don't imagine that I'm having sex with this doll? I mean, like, I'm not the hugest guy in the world, but I definitely need a doll bigger than this to have sex with. I pretty much everybody in the world needs a doll bigger than that to have sex with. No, I'll be the first one to agree that, like, if I had to have sex with a sex doll, Tiffany would be as good as any other doll. Better, really. At least I know her already. It wouldn't just be this horrible, dehumanizing experience that way. Oh, I hate you. I hate you so much. Like, just let me have my pills in a bottle, please, without things around them. I don't want these things around them. Stop trying to keep me safe. For God's sake. I want my nose to stop running. I don't want to be saved from having an easy access to these fucking Benadryls. It's ridiculous. Oh, God. This nose running stuff is a real problem. I don't like this part at all. I can't even. I'm like, how fucking difficult. So, why? Why are you doing that? Why do you make these things? I get it. It's like there's some hidden camera here. You're watching this guy trying to open this thing. Like if you get all these trials where you qualify for Benadryl. God! Fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay. Thanks, Smooth Criminal. Oh. I mean, seriously, running that shit is just got to go. It's so, so very annoying. Like, you can't even think of anything. If you try, it's more annoying than this. Because it's non-stop. It lasts forever. You think like, wow, eventually I get to the bottom of the pool. Joke's on you. There is no pool. Just constantly generating fire hydrant of snot. Oh, it's the worst thing ever. But I've got its master, namely Benadryl. Sure, it's a struggle to get into Benadryl. I am gonna sing a song, yeah. I'll sing a song right now. But first, I've got to open these Benadryl. This might be a little while. They say, like, you push this thing here, yeah, this way. It's all a lie. Oh, terrible lie. You have to use scissors. It's fucking Benadryls. Why do you use scissors so much? Like, come the fuck on, Benadryl. Get out of here. This is insane. Like, who thought this was a good idea? First of all, nobody in the world can read that. I don't care how many pairs of glasses I have on. There's no way in history I'm ever going to be able to read that. Presumably it has instructions on how to open these things. I hate this so much. Oh my god. I hate hate them so much. Just get out. It's like, even if I were not on mushrooms, and I know this from trying to open these in the past, I have to use scissors, and then even then, it, like, look at it. I have it this small. I still can't get it out of the package. How could this be? This is seriously some kind of insane practical joke. Just get out of here. I cannot believe I cannot get this out of this thing. And of course, my nose is still burning. Oh God, just get out. Okay, I just gotta get I gotta focus here. Get these things out of here. So I can move on to other things. God. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I cracked the code. I got one of them out. Now, this one's the one that's really been the bugger. Honestly, I'm trying not to cut it into pieces, the pill, you know? Okay. There. Alright. I got them out finally. Using scissors and a lot more effort than conceivably could ever be a sane safety measure. Who are they keeping these safe from? I bet a child would be able to get those out of that package much more easily than I could. For one thing, a child might be able to read the instructions on the package, which are so infinitesimally tiny that the only person who could possibly read them would be a newborn baby. My eyes used to be fantastic. I had like perfect vision. Even at my most perfect of days, I would never be able to read those words. There, you have to have a magnifying glass, I think, to read those. Your first test of worthiness. Are you gonna get a magnifying glass and read it? Or are you gonna foolhardily try to get in with scissors? Well, I think we know what I did. Fucking things are crazy. How is that a good idea? In what universe is that a good idea to do that? Oh, Christ. How much time did I waste trying to open those Benadryls? Now, what I was going to do, oh, right. That's what I was going to do. I was going to play a song. It's called Don't Go Open Your Benadryls. If you're going to open Benadryls, make sure you've got some time set aside. It's like, oh, I'm going to take a couple Benadryls and be right back. Oh, no, you won't. You will not be right back. I'll see you in 10 or 15 minutes, maybe. You have scissors? That's what people should ask when they hear that somebody's going to kill Benadryls. Really? You have scissors with you? No. Have you never taken Benadryl before? Actually, no, this is my first time. Alright, well, go ahead. Oh my god. Don't go, don't go, don't go taking Benadryls. Don't go, don't go, don't go, don't go taking Benadryls. You don't want to know how to open a Benadryl, so you don't better go chase Benadryls. Don't want to know, better not go, accordingly so. You should not go chasing Benadryls. Don't no one go chasing Benadryls. I call that song the boop boop boop. What do you know? Let me change the beat right now. I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah, that. It needs E flat. Who knows why? I don't know. I'm not a music theory guy. I just can tell that it was a better choice. E flat is clearly better than E. But you know, don't be savvy. I can still put you there. But you'll never beat E flat for sure. And in this analogy, I am share. Also, even though the galaxy's away, I'm also there. Surprise, you didn't expect it was me in disguise the whole time. I am share. No way. How did you put it off for so long? Well, I dressed up like Cher, and I told people my name was Cher. And eventually they all believed me, and that's how I pulled it off. Pretending to be there. But most importantly, when you got spicy like flavors like me, who's gonna deny your ethnicity? And nothing else you wanna be shared. And if you're not gonna lie, you'll agree that share has a lot of ethnicity. Remember, you're not gonna lie, but you aren't going to pronounce things correctly. That's why this is how you see. Oh, wow, that was a wonderful song. That was one of the most amazing songs in the history of songs, right there. It covered a wide range of topics. I don't even know what it was called. I can't really remember what it was about. Oh, Cher, that's what it was about. It was about that time I was Cher for a long time. It's surprising nobody caught on that it was me. Cher looked kind of like me, you know. She was tall, she had a beard. What's more me-like than being tall with a beard? Nothing. What a horrible meow. That's a horrible meow to go with this beat. That shouldn't be the meow. Like this. That goes with this beat. Alright, hold on. That's the kind of sounds to go with this beat, not those horrible things they were playing before. Let's see if they do a better job with this one. Oh, it's so different. And that's just a similar beat. don't you crazy. Cannot make me crazy. I cannot do this thing that I got into do. Ah. Like that. Ah. Ah. you fucking think? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you and everything about you. Just go fuck yourself. You horrible, horrible thing. I just had enough. Had enough. Oh, obviously, that's not the temple I intended. How a grandmother do? Maybe like that. Maybe a slow song for that horrible, horrible nightmare of a song that I was trying to do. Something soft and gentle, like maybe not this sound per se. So mellow. Oh, I didn't expect that to play. That's the other beat for this? What? I guess. But like, the first beat is cool. The second beat is terrible. You know, each of these beats has like pop version. He's like, it's got the change, you know. It's supposed to go with it. Was it like A on the spoon? And then, this is what the drums do when they change? What? Why would they put that? That's terrible. No, no, no. Don't do that. That's called a bad idea to do that. This beat is too much going on. This is a good beat. This is like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air beat. I am the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. How did it become the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? I don't know. Perhaps you should listen to the song's intro. Yeah, that's right. Let's hear about my story tonight. West Arcadia, born and raised, and the playground was where I spent most of my days. Lately, I didn't spend many of my days in the playground. In fact, I was instead at my backyard of my house, mostly. Let me start over. West Philadelphia, let's start over again. Here we go. West-ish Arcadia, born and raised. In my backyard was where I spent my days. I was playing back there by myself because I was an only child. But I had friends on the street, but I didn't always play them in the course. I remember mostly playing in the backyard by myself when I didn't. I was back there pretending stuff with plants and flowers and such. I'd often pretend to explain things to people. Little did I know that I would grow up and still want to explain things to people. That's why I was West Arcadia, born and raised to explain things to people. We don't want your explanation, Eric. Won't you stop explaining? I don't care. You'll get my explanation anyway. We don't want your explanation. Nobody asked for explanation. I don't care. You're getting explained anyway. I explained this. What happened? Everything went to sleep. Thanks a lot, TV and computer, for going to sleep in the middle of my song. I should still be able to hear things because the computer would sleep. So that's why. Because normally I think, well, it goes to the PA, but let's see. The sound card requires a computer to be awake. Just like your mom's face requires your computer to be awake. If your computer is not awake, how in the hell will you see your mom's face? You won't. Mom's face seeing is dependent upon, of course, your computer being on. Otherwise, you can't see your mom. That's a rule of science, you know. It's the law of physics, and so you have to obey it too. Can't look at your mom like glue, which Steve did. Steve from Blue's Clues, if that is your real name. I think your real name is something a little bit more insane. I think your name is Cord Overstreet. That's right. I think your name is Cord Overstreet. That guy gets around. I think your name is Cord Overstreet. What's this guy doing this time? Cord Overstreet. Don't underestimate him. I'm Cord Overstreet. I'll do whatever I please. I'm a singer, and also I make perfume. Also, I hunt whales in the afternoon. Also, I'm a bear wrestler. Of course you are, sir. Also, act and sing and stuff, and I'm a philanthropist. Oh, really? Well, I guess that's all the conversation for your name. Because your name, sir, Court Overstreet. And that's not a very good name. Court Overstreet. I guess that's why you have to achieve things all the time. Boo, you would too. Your name was Court Overstreet. You're right, I would too. Be proud of my great name, I mean. That my great name was Court Overstreet. C-H-O-R-D Overstreet. What do you mean about that C? C-H-O-R-D Overstreet. I mean, he's the guy, you see. Talk about the Chad of Chads. We're talking about the Rad of Brads. We're talking about the guy himself. We're talking about who? Court Overstreet. That's who. We're talking about Court Overstreet. He's not a man to be taken lightly. He will win the fight, G. And you know, he'll take all your dignity as well. Cause he is Court Overstreet. And you can know him by the smell of his street, which smells like his name. Cord, Cord, Cord Overstreet. If you ever meet him on the street, you say, hey, what's up, Cord Overstreet? He got a terrible name that's neat to me, cause you're playing famous thing. And I respect that you got through life, even though your parents named you. Inexplicably they named you. Unexplainably they named you. Borderline child abuse they named you. Why did they possibly have named you Court Overstreet? Now, listen here, you guy. I'm getting pretty sick and tired of you making fun of my name. Not my fault, my name's Court Overstreet. The name I came with when I was born. Blame my parents if you want. But stop making songs about my name. Just cause it's a terrible name. Doesn't mean you can constantly make songs that make fun of it. Not very nice. Well, first of all, let me just say, Court Overstreet, you made my day by coming and telling me this in this song. I never thought I'd get the chance to really meet you. Now that I have, I can tell you're a totally cool guy. Who would have expected? I don't know why. I kind of thought maybe that guy's douchebag, but now that we've met Court Overstreet, I stand corrected. I can see that you're a very pleasant fellow. Well, thanks a lot, Eric. That means a lot to me. And I see we got off on the wrong foot, but now we can be friends. Cause I'm Court Overstreet, and I can be friends with you if I want to. Court Overstreet. sounds like Putting on the Ritz with In the Air Tonight mashup? You mean that song about Cord Overstreet? I mean, I'll admit it, if anybody wants to accuse me of being on a little bit of a Cord Overstreet obsession lately, I'll concede that point. I can't stop making songs about Cord Overstreet. I don't know why. Call me a dreamer. I'm not the only one. I dream a dream of a world where people don't name their children things like Cord Overstreet. You know, we can dream of a better future. Together, we will create that better future alongside Vanda Pharmaceuticals. Vanda Pharmaceuticals. They're just this hilariously comic book supervillain company. I don't even know anything about them, right? It's just the way they do their marketing. It's like, oh, these guys are up to no good. They have some sort of weird motto like Vanda Pharmaceuticals, where the future and the present were once together or something. You know, who knows what the fuck it says? It doesn't mean anything, whatever it says. I do have a hot toothpaste. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about my tofus. I thought you were talking about my tufa. My tufa formations I grew over the course of millions of years. They're kind of like salty salt lake, upside down stalactites. Or right side up stalagmites. I don't know. Who keeps track of those things? Nobody, except cave paying attention people. Like, oh, I'm going to pay attention to all the things about caves. Why? Because they're fascinating. They're not. I'm sorry. I don't care if the stalags are tight or mites. And sure, sometimes caves have like big rooms and stuff, and that's kind of cool, but they're not fascinating at all. Caves, they're just holes in the ground. And like you study any hole in the ground or anything carefully enough, you'll be like, ah, it's got these remarkable features called, you know, stalactites, stalagmites. You just look at the dirt and be like, it's got this remarkable features. It's got these different particles, different shades of brown. That doesn't make it remarkable. It does make it remarked upon. You're remarking upon it. That's somewhat remarkable because I don't know why you'd be remarking about these things as though you were a genuine enthusiast about it. I get like you have to pretend to care about your job or something, but no, I'm genuinely enthusiastic about stalagmites. Why in the world would anybody be genuinely enthusiastic about stalagmites or stalactites? I can't think of any reason why anybody should feel enthusiasm of any degree towards things in caves. Caves are fine. I'm not saying let's fill in all the caves with cement. It's part of my general no holes unfilled policy. Look, I'm sorry. Whenever I see a hole, I just gotta pour a bunch of shit into it and it stops being a hole, you know? I'm not saying we need to fill it necessarily with cement. If you want to throw just trash in there, that'll be fine. I'm just saying we need to fill up all these holes. Someone's gonna fall in. But it's not even a hole in the ground. It's the entrance is like a door. Still, you could fall in. Just like you could fall in through your door into the house. That's how a lot of people die. Is it though? From falling into their house through the front door? Yes. That's one of the leading causes of death in America. They have a word for it, in fact. Really? What's the word for it? I'm not going to tell you. That's classified information. You don't need to know. Who does need to know? Obviously, the authorities need to know. You're not the authorities. Who's the authorities? They seem to need to know everything. I don't really think they need to know anything. I mean, they don't need to know things to want to know things. They also don't need to know things to know things. I don't understand why whether I need to know something would be relevant and whether you tell it to me. I mean, who can determine whether I need to know it besides me? Nobody else can determine whether I need to know that thing. What you mean by need to know is they have to make a decision about something that is actionable on this information. Well, I might have to make a decision about something that's actionable on this information too. How do you know? You don't know what I need to know and why I need to know it. So just leave me and my needing to know to me. And you just tell me the answer to the question I asked. You don't need to know. How could you possibly know whether I need to know or not? It's ridiculous. I determine how much I need to know something, not you. I don't go around telling you what things you need and not need to know. Why would you tell that to me? This whole government secrecy thing is just. It's like a bunch of idiots and other wits. Just like children. They're just like a bunch of children playing pretend, but all this stuff is real, like all the toys they play with are real guns and stuff. Well, really, it's like just a bunch of people playing pretend. Granted, we certainly have legitimate concerns, a legitimate need for some kind of intelligence agency kind of thing to counter legitimate nefarious international actors who are trying to, you know, hack into banks and stuff. For this whole like different nation states playing cloak and dagger stuff, it's just will you guys grow the fuck up already? I didn't even like to play that when I was a little kid. I would rather play wizards and stuff. Well, that's a lot more fun than being secretive, spy person. Oh, important secrets this, secrets that. Those secrets aren't even important. Like 20 years after this life and death spy stuff is just rendered, it seems in retrospect how totally irrelevant it was. But there are instances where intelligence agencies act in ways that are not insignificant and genuinely protect U.S. interests. But I don't trust them to do their job well in secrecy. They're already an agency that's founded on the principle of utilitarianism. So I don't trust them to accurately understand what America's interests are, even if I trust them potentially to believe they're acting in America's interests. And I'm not sure about that, but they might just be like totally immoral jade sociopaths who don't give a fuck. Who knows? I don't know any CIA agents that I know of. Maybe I do. The reason I don't know any CIA agents is because I'm not potentially useful to anybody. So CIA doesn't want anything to do with me. CIA likes things that are useful for their, things they want to do. Like, oh, do you have some North Korean secrets or something? Oh, I've got a lot of those. Okay, now we're interested in you all of a sudden, said the CIA. I'm like, hey, I'm right here. Why aren't you interested in me? And I say, because you don't know any secrets. You guys and your secrets. You get obsessed with secrets. Like, so what? I don't know any secrets. Does that mean you should treat me like I have leprosy? I don't think so, CIA. Maybe you should appreciate me for what I do have instead of secrets. I have openness and transparency. That's a lot more valuable than secrets. Nobody cares about your openness and transparency, says the CIA. And CIA, then what I tell you is you're bad at caring about things. You're caring about the wrong things for the wrong reasons. Just get out of here, CIA. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't even want you around me anymore. Just go do your thing else over there. You don't love me for who I am. You love me only for my body or my secrets. I forgot how many blue chews I've eaten today. Are blue chews there for the like Viagra or some kind of opiate or potentially a benzo? I'm not sure what that refers to. Well, I can certainly understand how my very extended failed attempt to play that thing on the piano would have driven even the most ardent TWFB supporter away. At least to mute their thing. But I had to see if I could play it. And I never could. I never got it figured out how to do it. And then eventually I said, I give up. I gotta play something easy now. Cialis, huh? Well, I mean, how many do you want to eat? It's kind of like you eat one because it makes your penis hard. So once it's all the way hard, what more Cialis is gonna do? It's already as hard as it's gonna get. You want it to be harder than steel. I want my penis to be so hard that they can use it like a diamond to cut through a blade of window, not a blade of window, a pane of window. My penis is harder than a gangster rapper in 1999. No, 2003. Let's see. It's hard to keep track of history, like what decade things happened in and stuff. Kind of a curious subject matter. Like, when do you think this movie was made? I always ask that question. We look it up. Sometimes I'm surprised. Like, is it that old? Other times I'm not surprised. These are the things that can happen when you ask questions and then look at the answer. Sometimes the answer can surprise you. Other times, the answer will not surprise you. Alcohol does not make your penis hard. If anything, it does the opposite. It may increase the desire, but doesn't necessarily increaseth the hardening. Viagra does make your penis hard, though. It does that very successfully. I mean, obviously, you gotta. It, it it's not like you're gonna have an erection. Like if you take a Viagra and don't have any sort of sexual activity, you won't have an erection. But it works very well. Yeah, Viagra makes me see the blue shift as well temporarily. I don't care either way, really. Yeah, I'll notice it occasionally. Oh, there's that thing. Viagra's great. You don't need to have any kind of sexual dysfunction to benefit from Viagra. Well, it's hard for me to say really because I only ever take it when I already am horny and want to have sex anyway, you know. So it's hard for me to tell. But I mean, in general, for me, the answer is it makes sex better across the board in every way. Makes me more into it, it's everything. So it seems to affect me. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to affect you like that. Like, Rachel took it one time. Like, you should take one and see if it does anything for you. Because the mechanism is presumably that it directs more blood flow to your genitals. But she said she couldn't feel anything. It didn't do anything. It's not normally taken by women, but I figured, well, if that's the mechanism, maybe it would be good for women too. But she apparently felt nothing else from it. At the end of the day, I think this is a question best left for Court Overstreet. He's a guy who has the answers to all the important questions. Like, which way is north? What time is it? Is that the bus to the beach? Well, I work for other jobs. Drugs are like that, they can. Certain drugs affect different people very differently. Remarkably differently. Like, you know, obviously, for a lot of people, opiates are a big risk. Like, you know, I take all these pills from the dentist. I'm gonna keep taking. Like, I got these pills from the dentist. Oh, I like them. I take them, and then you get addicted to opiates or whatever. It's not like that at all for me. I don't find it to be a good feeling, and I don't want to take them at all. The only time I might want to take one is if I think it's gonna help me sleep. I tried that earlier, and it did not help me sleep. It made me have like weird, crazy pseudo dreams. I didn't like it. Other people they love that shit, hydrocodone, I think it's called. I mean, I liked it better than Vicodin. Vicodin always made me feel super sick. Is it the same thing as Vicodin? Oh, maybe this time it just didn't make me feel so sick. Yeah, they were testing it as a blood pressure thing. And with the test subjects, they asked for to then report any side effects in it. And like all, pretty much all the dudes are like, it makes my dick hard. And they're like, hold on, who cares about this blood pressure shit? We've got a much more profitable pill on our hands. You gotta take a bunch of what to feel anything? A bunch of Viagra? I mean, I just only ever take one. Well, actually, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to take one. I was supposed to take half. I didn't read the prescription when I got it. But, and then like later, I asked for a refill. And that's when I learned I wasn't supposed to be taking one. I was supposed to take half. I was like, well, I like taking one. That's how much I'm not going to take, I'm going to keep taking the same amount I've been taking, so you just deal with it, doctor. I don't know why they give me pills if one pill they want me to take half of it. Why don't they just make the pill half as strong? Doesn't make any sense to give people pills and tell them to take half of a pill. Why don't you just give me pills that are the right strength then, dumbass? Well, because we want you to have to cut your pill in half. Why? Because that's the right amount to take. Okay. This is going nowhere. I can see. If that's the right amount to take, that makes the pills that size. Because we're doctors, goddammit, not rocket scientists. They're expecting things out of us that we can't possibly imagine. Like, a pill with a lesser amount of drug in it. What? No. Clearly, the best way to do this is to give you a pill that has twice as much as you're supposed to take and then tell you to take half of it. That's the most sensible way to do things. If we want the patient to take the right amount of drug, we should make a pill that's twice as strong as what we want him to take, and then tell him to take half of that pill. Was that the reasoning behind this notion? Why are you crying? I'm not crying. And maybe crying with laughter at these spots. Oh my god, one of the most horrible, hilarious things ever was opening those horrible Benadryls. They make those pills so difficult to get into. Just put the fucking pill in a bottle and let me pick them out with my fingers like a sane human being. Oh. Are you sure these are child safe though, Brew, this package? Listen, Bob, I'm telling you, there ain't nothing can get into these packages. Not child, not adult, not alien, not Sasquatch, nobody will ever get into these pills. They could not be any more child safe than that. You can maybe go a little overboard. Can't have too much safety. All right. Somebody needs to remove Doug from in charge of safety. He's mistaken doing something safely from preventing you from doing it at all. Let's get Pio. I think I'm blow over in this car. Oh my god, I have to pee. You guys wait here, I'm gonna go pee. Oh, this round is really good. I'm really impressed. Two different kinds, I think. Again, made the two A's, but of each different kind of thing. He's like, "Are you sure you want to eat whole eggs? Maybe you should eat some and try it. And maybe an hour later, eat more. Home fries. Shut the front door. You've got to be kidding me. Like, you're concerned about me eating too many mushrooms when I'm just going to eat an eighth of mushrooms. Buddy, let me tell you, you got a lot to learn, not necessarily about mushrooms, but about me. There ain't no eighth of mushrooms in history which anywhere than 1,000 miles is too strong for me. Half ounce one time on a clean head and a bunch of vitamins, that was a little too much for me. That was a congregation effect. The multiplicity of bad ideas all wrapped into one. I never smoked a cigarette. I went out there to smoke a cigarette. I got sidetracked on a side quest to go pee. A quest which I completed, by the way. And I forgot all about smoking a cigarette. Well, you know, you know what they say. Fish gonna fly, birds gonna swim. No one knows why, but it's win, win, win. And if that doesn't sum up everything everybody needs to know, nothing ever will. And all of our lives will have been meaningless. What did I do with the toilet paper? And my mission of constant nose blow. Is Bro tripping on shrooms? Yes, I am. I'm not, what is wrong with you? You want me to watch you eat? I don't remember how long ago I ate them. I try to, I never remember to look what time it is I ate them. I always wonder later, what time did I eat them? Mostly because, I'm having a wonderful time and I don't want to be, I want to have a realistic understanding of how much longer I'm really going to be on that. I'm already kind of coming down, unfortunately, but it's fine. Oh, good thing was finished. Number one, that thing. In this instance, this thing is, I'm talking about, it's mushroom trip. And that's a good, wonderful thing. But nevertheless, must come to an end. Did I finish that whole world of toilet paper? Is that what happened? Things I forgot to give the story. More toilet paper was high on the list. Pancake mix was another one. Now I see I could make my own pancakes, but unlike pancake mix, making pancakes yourself requires more than just water. The big stickler for me, I'm not coming in here to go to the bathroom, I'm coming here to get toilet paper. The big challenge for me is eggs, okay? Basically, if we buy a dozen eggs, we will throw away between 10 and 12 eggs. Maybe 12 eggs is. I would be surprised if our average egg throwaway per dozen is any lower than 10. Because we have a history of buying a dozen eggs and then throwing them away because they got too old, You think, it's like, who can know in advance when they're at the store whether or not they're going to want to eat eggs or how many eggs they're going to want to eat? It's not possible to know that in advance. I might be like, I feel strongly this time I do want to eat. I am going to want to make and eat a lot of eggs. You should not trust me one bit with those kind of statements. In fact, I have no idea whether or not I'm going to want to eat eggs at all. Maybe I'm going to want to eat eggs so much that I wish we'd gotten 3 dozen eggs. It's impossible to tell. There's just no way to know those things in advance. That's why I try not to buy anything that goes bad. Just things in cans, things that go in the freezer, or like condiments. I mean, I love broccoli and stuff, but I can't know whether I'm going to cook it or not. And therefore, it goes bad a lot. And broccoli's pretty durable. Asparagus, no, never again. I'm not buying asparagus again. Because if you don't use asparagus within like 2 days or something, it gets all rotten and gross. I didn't know that. I thought I could park it there in the fridge for at least a couple weeks. No, not asparagus, you can't. Now I know. And hopefully today you've learned an important lesson about asparagus as well. Because I don't want you to experience the pain I experienced of throwing away a whole thing of asparagus that was all gross and slimy because you did not use it in time. Even though when you went to use it, you thought this is well within the window, it's fine. It's like it's a week after I got it or something. This should be fine. Nope, not with asparagus. You're dealing with a little bit of a finicky princess and the pea kind of a vegetable. So we're not doing that again. I'm not dancing that dance with you, fickle lady asparagus. You're just off the menu. Sorry. If I don't know for sure I'm cooking it tonight, you're just not getting bought asparagus. Yeah, you taste great, but you know what? A real relationship with a vegetable requires you to do more than just taste good. Okay? You gotta be an upstanding citizen. You gotta stay sturdy in the fridge as long as you can. At least try. You've got to, appear community fundraisers and stuff, of course. Visit sick children in the hospital. That goes without saying. But most of all, what you need to do, asparagus, you need to stay good longer. Because I'm not the kind of person that's gonna just. I mean, sometimes I am. It's so impossible to know. Sometimes it's like I get home, I just bought some whatever. I cook it right then, right when I get home. I look, I used it. Now I don't have any more of it. But this time, I didn't throw it away. Other times, I may put it off days, weeks. Once you start putting it off cooking it, start thinking about it too, because you stress like, I better use those meows, they're gonna go bad. And then it just makes you not want to use it even more. So anyway, asparagus, you can still hang out at the party because you taste good, provided you know. I know I'm gonna do barbecue or getting steaks. Go ahead and get some asparagus, put it on the barbecue too. That's fine. I'll still do that because you're not an unwelcome party guest. As vegetables go, you're quite tasty. However, I'm sorry, I'm drawing the line at making you a regular grocery purchase for the reasons I've already articulated. You are not wife material, asparagus. You are more like, party fun girl for a barbecue, not a regular vegetable you take home to your family. Now, let's talk about even worse vegetables we might call the true horrors of the vegetable community. Cauliflower. Oh God, get the fuck out of here, cauliflower. Squash. Why are you existing? I mean, okay, you exist. You do your squash things. What insane person said let's eat that? Squashes are terrible. Just get out of here, squash. In the same vein as squashes, there are technically a form of squash, I think. Zucchinis. Get the fuck off of my plate, zucchinis. Nobody likes you. You're horrible. And you just catch a ride on Mr. Eggplant on the way out of town as well. Eggplant, get out of here. You have no business. Like, oh, I want to have chicken parmesan, but I'm going to have it with a piece of eggplant. Eggplant? Oh, no. Not eggplant. Also, get out of here, okra, obviously. Okra, that goes without saying. The thing doesn't even qualify as a food. It's just this gross, slimy thing that just makes whatever you put with it into gross okra thing. So okra spreads its badness into everything around it. How bad okra is. And what other vegetables need to get out of town. Well, like your bok choys, your collard greens, your leeks, whatever. You're not fooling me, you fucks. You're just like stems of plants. You're not even food. Whoever thought bok choy would be a good thing to eat? They were wrong. Whoever also thought Swiss chard would be a good thing. Nobody wants to eat that. It's horrible. And what the only reason you grow it is because it looks pretty, purportedly. And people go, and you can eat it. I mean, you can eat a lot of things. It doesn't mean you should eat them. You definitely shouldn't eat that. What other things need to get out of here? I'm sure there's more things I'm not thinking of right now. Carrots are okay. Carrots, you get a pass. You belong on the plate with meat and potatoes and stuff. Carrots are fine. Peas, also fine. Green beans, I kind of like green beans. It, I actually like them quite a bit. They're made well. And you don't have to do much to them, but just don't make them into mush. Um, Things that need to get out of here. Out of the kitchen, out of your plate, whatever. This is the category today is vegetables. But there's obviously lots of things you need to get out of here, but I'm talking about green vegetables. Well, papayas. Papayas need to get out of here. And they are herbs, so they're, as far as I'm concerned, that makes them vegetables. Well, among the worst of the vegetable offenders is the papaya. They smell terrible and they don't taste much better. And they look rude. They have a rudely genital looking shape to them. If you're going to try to tell me, hey, let's eat some lavender, get out of here with your lavender. That's not a flavor that anybody wants to eat. It tastes like soap, and it tastes like bad tasting soap. I've tasted some good soap before, but lavender is not among the good soaps I've tasted. People go, oh, it's food. It's not food. You're just forcing it onto things for no reason. Just because it's not poisonous. I hear some wildly sourced dandelion petals. Like, that's, again, that is not food that you want to eat, per se. Just because it doesn't poison you doesn't make it fancy to put it on people's plates. I guys just go. Let's just go back to everything gets garnished with a sprig of parsley. That's the proper garnish. One sprig of parsley. Don't eat it. They'll reuse the same sprig of parsley on future plates. Be kind to your future diners. Treat your sprig of parsley with respect. And parsley I can respect, right? Unlike papayas. I cannot respect them. Other things that I cannot respect in the vegetable world. We're getting quite some yams from over here. That black and white kitty. Okay, so I don't like those really flimsy, easily bruised, easily wilty kinds of lettuce that aren't like a head of lettuce, right? They're just like some wispy leaves. Forget about that kind of lettuce. Just give us romaine lettuce and iceberg lettuce. Those are the only lettuces we need. The rest of the lettuces can just get out of here. I know spinach is not a lettuce, so it doesn't count. Spinach can stay. In fact, I'll even make salads out of it. But as far as lettuces go, just iceberg and romaine. Those are the only lettuces we need. Maybe an occasional endive would be fine. Endives, you can stay. Endives are pretty good. You can stay. Come on, don't feel bad. I just forgot about you. I wasn't trying to exclude you. There we go. That's my big endive smile. All right, now that we've included endives, I would get rid of entirely all of the cabbages except for red cabbage and only to be used in a certain kind of red cabbage salad. And get rid of the other cabbages. I don't even know what they are. Just get rid of them all. Any vegetable that has the word Chinese in front of it, like Chinese cabbage, get rid of it entirely. It just means however bad the vegetable already is, it's weirder and worse. So, other things that need to go have a standing get out of here status. Yams. Yams, stop trying to lie to everybody. You are not and never will be potatoes. And no, sweet potato fries is not a good idea. The only conceivable reason why anybody would ever eat sweet potato fries is because they were out of real potatoes. No, it's a clever thing. Make it out of this horrible shit. That's not clever, it's dumb. Don't make sweet potato fries. Nobody should ever want to eat them. Also, don't tell me deep fried zucchini is a side dish. I'm sorry. Zucchini already has been ejected from the premises entirely. Deep frying is not going to change anything. Would you like to try jalapeno poppers then? I don't want your jalapeno poppers either. I don't want want jalapenos to be stuffed with anything. I don't want them at all. So you know what? Let's just add them to the list to get out of here. Jalapenos, get out of here. Nobody wants you. Other things that could or should get out of here. Good evening. Hello. Now he's getting racist. I'm okay with this. I'm fluidly transracial. So I'm able to legitimately, as a member of the in group, critique anybody however I want. And while I can't personally be racist, everybody's always racist against me. That's how it works. They're turning the vegetables gay. Well, look, I don't care if eggplant is gay, straight, transsexual, asexual, or even some kind of animal like a sheep, maybe. I still say no to eggplant with a capital N-O. Arugula is not bad. Arugula, if you want to have a frou-frou, spicy tasting salad with little jaggy leaves, fine. But I don't need you, arugula. You don't do enough work to be included. You're no endive. Arugula started it all. I don't care what it started. What has arugula done for me lately? Nothing. Beets are fine. I like beets. I think a good thing to put in salads sometimes is a beet. You probably didn't peg me as a beet guy, but I like beets just fine.
Thank you, Uncle.
Split pea soup. I think I asked this question to Google before, but what makes something a split pea instead of a regular pea? Or is it all just big marketing show and smoke and mirrors? Let's find out. Is a split pea a certain kind of pea? A split pea, a breed of pea?
Trouble.
No. A split pea isn't a separate breed, but rather a processed form of regular peas. Okay, so when regular peas dry out and they have their outer skin removed, then they get split in half, which speeds up cooking time. So in other words, the only reason it's split pea soup instead of regular pea soup is because they cut the peas in half. That's
it?
I mean, they have a reason for cutting them in half, which is it speeds up the cooking time.
Oh.
But my question is, how long does it take to cut all those peas in half?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you really saving time at the end? If you have to cut each pea one at a time in half,
It's a lot.
that's a lot of pea cutting. Like one bowl of soup, go cook faster. Yeah. Seems a little penny wise, pound foolish. So I don't know. I don't know where they, what genius came with this idea of, I know, let's cut all these peas in half. That's really going to help a lot because Obviously, more surface area, cooks faster, you know. Yeah, but it took you 3 days to chop all these pieces out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not split peas here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm just saying, maybe it's not actually a time saver. You don't know anything about split pea soup or saving time, mister. Okay, all right. I'll take your word for it. It's a good economic time deal. Just cut all those peas in half. You learn. I had no idea that. Maybe I learned this before and forgot it actually, but who would have thought the reason split pea soup is called split pea soup is not because it's made out of a certain kind of pea called a split pea. It's because they actually cut regular peas in half. I did not. Nobody would have expected that. That's why. I don't think it. Who would expect that?
I wouldn't.
It seems like it's on the surface like an incomprehensibly bad idea. Like making deviled grapes. I guess if you're a pea splitter for long enough, you get good at it. I can chop 1,000 peas in half in just 10 minutes. Uh, that's a lot better than me. I've never counted how many peas I chop in half in 10 minutes, but I'm guessing it's going to be about maybe between 10 and 20. I may be overestimating my pea splitting abilities. The thing that makes it difficult to split a pea, of course, is they're round and they roll around. When you try to cut them in half, you're like, whoop, get out of the way. I just gotta check with double check with boss one more time. Boss, are you sure you want to cut all these pieces? Oh, of course I'm sure. I already told you. Don't question me. If I do have a question though. Why? Why are we taking this? Obviously, you can't make split pea soup with regular peas. Oh my God, that's hilarious. You think everybody you think you already know pea soup, what it tastes like, what it's like, whether you like it. Well, I'm going to throw a curveball into everybody's batting box right now. What if the peas were chopped in half? Now, I know you're saying, what a wild imagination you have. It's not just imagination, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today as a proud owner of Split Pea Anderson Soup, and I have currently a team, 48 people working round the clock chopping up peas. Okay, well, I stand corrected. Now, what I have before you are two bowls of pea soup. One of them made with peas that have not been chopped in half. The other one, these peas have been chopped enough. Now you taste it and you tell me how much better is this one? A lot. Thanks, beautiful. I have tripped really hard tonight.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm still tripping, obviously, but
That's good.
so was whoever came up with the idea of chopping peas in half. He was having some nightmarishly bad LSD trip. He was like, "Oh God, I've got to chop the peas in half. I got to chop enough for everybody." Would you be upset if it was just a conveyor belt that shook peas in half? Well, how do you shake a whole pea into breaking into two pieces? I mean, if you're going to shake it violently enough for it to break, it's likely to break into many pieces. A proper split pea soup is made entirely of peas that are exactly half of their globular original. What happens to that half that is chopped away? It goes into the trash, obviously. You don't want to have both halves of a split pea in your soup because if they got along, they wouldn't have split in the first place. That's why after you chop the pea in half, you throw half of it away. And you only make the soup out of the single halves that remain of the split pea soup. So it's not surprising that pea soup Andersons are shutting down locations because it's a lot of overhead, or all those pea choppers. Not to mention, I guess people just at some point in the past, but no longer, were really excited by pea soup. So much so, like, well, you gotta stop at this place on this road trip because we gotta eat some pea soup. I mean, it seems strange, right? Like, there's a lot of foods you might want to stop a certain place for, like McDonald's, you got a hamburger, maybe you got historic diner or something that serves their famous Sasquatch pastrami sandwich or something like that. But pea soup, the food of tomorrow. The thing is, it proved to not be the food of tomorrow, and now it's just a barely hanging on footnote in the history of food crazes. You know, there's also that craze of pineapple upside down cake for a while. It's like, oh my God, it's pineapple cake. But this is a twist, okay? It's not regular pineapple cake. It's upside down. And I was like, oh my God, I have to make this cake. And for 1 year, all the ovens in America were constantly filled with the aromas of pineapple upside down cake. And then, like so many fads before it, it fell out of fashion. And now people just make their pineapple cakes right side up. So too with baked Alaska. Once upon a time, that was like the thing everybody ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner was baked Alaska. Nowadays, it's like it's too hard. It involves fire, some other stuff. I don't even know what's in it. So now people don't eat that anymore. That's how food works. Like, just like how when we were starving hunter gatherer peoples, we stooped to eating oysters, but nobody ever ate them again once they got a little bit of prosperity. Oh, wait, some people do eat them on purpose, even though they're not cheap. For absolutely no conceivable reason. It's like there's nothing about that that says eat me. You can't even chew it, right? Like you're not supposed to chew it. Why? Because it's filled with sand. And don't you want to eat this disgusting little thing that's filled with sand? No, obviously nobody wants to eat that. If you do eat it, what do? You put a bunch of that red sauce on it, some lemon, maybe like pour a little bit of milkshake on top of it. Anything to make it not be like food you eat. Just something you swallow quickly, like a shot of tequila. They're perfectly understandable when people do shots of tequila. That costs some pain, but it gives you some gain, namely being drunk. But eating oysters, it doesn't give you anything except a increased risk of being sick from bad shellfish. Oysters are an aphrodisiac. Well, the whole idea of aphrodisiacs, I think, became passe when they invented Viagra. Uh, what they meant by aphrodisiac a lot of times in the past probably was it makes your dick hard. Although certainly there was the other kind of angle of aphrodisiac, like if you give this to a girl, she'll go into heat, like a wild animal needing your cock so badly. In fact, there are no such aphrodisiacs. But there is Viagra. And some chicks are total sluts, so they're like, I want to find some chick to behave as though she has no standards and just will fuck anything. Well, you can find those girls. They exist in the world. They're even proud of it. This idea that, you know, the solution to anything is to own it is not a good frame of reference. Obviously, I don't think, maybe I'm just being puritanical and judgy or whatever, but I just cannot conceive of a world where one has a healthy expression of self that it just, the end is also just a complete, just unapologetic wanton whore. Well, maybe that's just my puritanical ways. I can't really come up with a good reason why those things are necessarily incompatible with, healthy life and being a filthy, degenerate whore. But, just because I can't win the argument doesn't mean that the central point isn't correct. It might be or it might not be. But obviously, I can't claim that it is because I can't win the argument. But, like, a baby can't win any argument. It doesn't mean that no arguments are winning. And I am a baby. I think I'm quite high functioning for a 6 week old baby. People say I'm one of the most mature 6 week old babies they've ever seen. They say I look just like my mother when she was 6 weeks old. And I've looked at the pictures, indeed. Me at 6 weeks, my mother at 6 weeks, we could be identical twins. Except my mom, of course, in contrast to me, didn't live a life where she regretted her actions or inactions. She didn't live a life where she sometimes thought she hated herself because of her myriad failures. She lived life like it should be lived. She was good, just, and fine by and large, and happy with being who she was all the time and doing what she loved to do and stuff like that. Rather enviable quality of ISFJs, I guess. My dad, in contrast, was a much more complicated animal. I realize now that he struggled with depression his whole life. But of course, I was a perfect storm of inadequate attentional friends to understand any of this, you know. I because I'm a mess around probably, but hopefully I remember this regardless is that I shouldn't say I hate myself because those aren't correct words. What is correct is that I regret a lot in life and I have fear, anxiety. And a combination of those two things, or even one of them appearing in my attention independently, will trigger this reflexive verbalization of I hate myself. And it's like, that's fine, all. If it were correct, but it's not correct, so why am I saying it? I don't normally, I'm not in the habit of saying things that are incorrect. What do you want? Didn't I already watch you? I poured you more food but didn't watch. Well, go, hurry up then. I don't want to be your little servant boy watching you eat. Sometimes I'm more understanding than others. Right now, I'm just not feeling like watching you eat. It's like, be more independent. You don't need to constantly be all around me and upon me and everything all the time. If I want a dog, I'd have a dog. You need to be a cat. That means I've had enough of this watching you eat. No, it's not going to change. I'm going to continue doing it forever, obviously. If I had any power to change this, I already would have changed it. I'm already just conceded defeat completely regarding it. So I don't know who I'm trying to fool here with my big talk, but listen here, mister. I don't want to watch you eat. That's true right now. It's not always true, but it's true more often than not, for sure. More often than not, when I'm here watching you eat, it's against my will. It's like maybe you just need to have a breakthrough and realize, fuck it, I'm just gonna eat anyway, like a computer does, even though I'm not being watched. Just have that breakthrough moment of realizing you can relax. I'm not going anywhere. You don't need to cling on to my feet all the time like on your property. You can just lose all this anxiety. I'm empathetic, I get anxious too. But seriously, enough is enough. I am tired of all of your shenanigans. I've been tired of them for many times before. A long time I've been tired of your shenanigans. We've had this conversation before. And nothing seems to change. You say you don't like getting lectured like this, but if you don't want me to lecture you like this, then maybe you need to listen to what I'm saying and change your ways. I can't you nothing wrong with who you are and everything, but there is something wrong with you constantly imposing upon me as a precondition to eating. Like, I guess the onus is on me to just let you starve or just endure the endless meows forever. That's not fair on me either, so you just need to shape up, mister. Accept the fact that number one, you don't need to eat 15 times a day, okay? Which you seem to think you need to eat 15 times. Number two, if you are gonna call me in here to watch you eat, you damn well better fucking eat. Sometimes you get me in here and I'm standing, you climb my table, and you look at the food and you look at me like, I got you here. That's not the point. That's not your goal, home fries. That's just you being a dick. Anyway, I'm done watching you eat. Hopefully you're done eating so you don't come back to me in 5 minutes and say, I want you to watch me eat some more. I don't want to, so just know. This fucking cat. He is a real pill. A real handful. A real Jacobian nightmare. I don't know what I want to say Jacobian nightmare. Right? I don't really know anything about the Jacobian period per se. So it's hard for me to articulate what a Jacobian nightmare would be, how it would be distinct from, say, regular nightmare. The Jacobians were people who worshiped men named Jacob. All of their sons were all named Jacob. It caused a lot of confusion. That's why the Jacobians died out. Because nobody could ever tell which Jacob they were talking about. Jacobian. What is that? What is it actually? Let's see. Jacobian. This is about calculus. The Jacobian calculus, a Jacobian matrix in calculus is a matrix of all first order partial derivatives of a vector value function. That's not the kind of Jacobian I'm looking for. I'm looking for the kind of Jacobian that might come before the term nightmare. Jacobian era, the period in English arts, visual and literary during the reign of King James I, 1603 to 1625. Yeah, so this is some kind of Jacobian nightmare, in the sense that It occurred somewhere between the years of 1603 and 1625. And, like a lot of nightmares from that period, uh, cattle were heavily featured, as was famine and plague. Those were common archetypes of the nightmare to build its world around, you could say. People at the time were frequently heard saying, "Oh my God, I'm living in a Jacobian nightmare." And they weren't exaggerating at all. They literally were living in a Jacobian nightmare. I'll tell you what's a real Jacobian nightmare for me. The use of the word, this thing, I hate to even call it a word, it's a terrible thing. Over exaggerate. Why are you saying over exaggerate? Exaggerate already means exaggerate. You over exaggerate something. It doesn't even make any sense. Tim says it. I don't like it at all when he does say it. That's not a word, Tim. You can't over exaggerate things. You can just regular exaggerate them. You can under exaggerate them. You could beside exaggerate them. But you cannot over exaggerate them. The term suggests that there's some sweet part of some sweet spot of exaggeration when you went over that. That's not okay to use that word. No over exaggerate. Another word I hear people use all the time that make me mad like that. What is it? Maybe it'll come to me. Another word I hear one of my favorite YouTubers use periodically. Maybe it's Noel Phillips uses this one. It escapes me at the moment. Unlike this cottage cheese, it did its best to run and get away from me. Like the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, I always get my cottage cheese. And I did this time, and I will next time too. Me and cottage cheese are like the Harlem Globetrotters and the Washingtons in general. You're gonna lose every game, cottage cheese, to me. Your ability to escape are dwarfed by my capacity to catch you. Mm. Mm. So yeah, this is something that is well worth purchasing if you're gonna get groceries. It's not super cheap, but even though it's dairy, it lasts a long time. Like, it won't go bad for a couple months. And you're gonna be hard pressed to find something nutrition packed, calorie wise, just filling up wise, fueling your body, and a big tub of cottage cheese. And we might all agree that ever were presented to us as a concept, like, alright, look, you know how you like your milk, your yogurt, and your cheese and butter and stuff? Yeah. Well, I want to present to you an idea and see what you think about it. What if we took the milk, let it kind of spoil and get thick until it got these little lumps in it, and then you eat it? What do you think about that? Everybody would say that's a terrible idea. But, one person who didn't think it was a terrible idea was the genius who invented it. And as soon as he tasted its delicious cottage cheesy flavor, he knew he had a winner on his hands. He said, "Berta, come down here, taste this." What is it? It looks disgusting. Just taste it. Oh my God, what is this? I call it cottage cheese. Isn't it wonderful? And his wife agreed it was wonderful. But they both said, how are we going to market this? How are we going to sell it? We can't just describe what it is. People are never going to want to buy that. So that's why they came up with a poem about Little Miss Muffet. And it worked remarkably well. It made everybody go like, I want to eat some cottage cheese. And from that day forward, the cottage cheese industry has been worth billions to trillions of dollars every day. $1 trillion a day. That's how much the cottage cheese industry brings in. That's a lot of the money. $1 trillion a day. You might be thinking, is there really $1 trillion appetite for cottage cheese every day? I don't want to exaggerate. Least of all do I want to over-exaggerate. It is true. The numbers are lower on Christmas Day. And I think it's pretty obvious why. Because that's when Jesus was born. Oh, makes sense. So how much does cottage cheese bring in on Christmas? About $750 billion. So it's a substantial drop. I mean, it's understandable because they've got a holiday feast that traditionally does not include cottage cheese. But most people will try to find some enterprising way to put cottage cheese in it anyway. Like, oh, I've got this wonderful new recipe for stuffing that's got cottage cheese in it. Like most good things. You can use cottage cheese as a replacement for ricotta in lasagna. You could use it as a replacement for wall texturing. If you want, you could just put cottage cheese all over your walls. Let it dry. It hardens into something that's got a high strength, like concrete, Also, perfectly good soundproofing. If you want to soundproof your studio, just rub cottage cheese over all of the walls, let it dry, and even within the studio, you won't be able to hear anything. Like, what happened to all the sound? Well, we put out cottage cheese as a sound absorbing solution. Fortunately, we underestimated the power of cottage cheese. Now we can't even hear ourselves having this conversation What? I keep saying, you keep saying, neither of us can hear each other. You know, I've lost more than one beautiful friend over the controversial subject of privacy. Some people try to claim it's part of some larger Jewish conspiracy, but I don't even think cottage cheese is Jewish food, really. Is it? Maybe they invented it, who knows? In my origin story of cottage cheese, the people who invented it are Germans. And I know intuition can't be perfect, but I'm using my intuition here to conclude that they're Germans. And pretty much that means they are. That's how powerful my intuition is. Let's Google it. Which German couple invented cottage cheese? The lady's name was Berta, I know that. Let's find out which German people, which German married couple invented cottage cheese? Questions Google doesn't get very often. Let's find out the answer to this question. Which married German couple invented cottage cheese? Yeah, you try to, you can try all day to predict what I'm going to say, but I'm sorry, prediction thing. You weren't predicting that. There's no specific married German couple credited with inventing cottage cheese. What? Okay, Google AI. I gotta trust my intuition a little bit more than your so-called story of it, tracing it back to 3000 BC in ancient Mesopotamia. They couldn't make cottage cheese if they were in a cottage made out of cheese. Mesopotamians, they didn't even, they were obsessed with their Fertile Crescent and that was about it. They couldn't make cottage cheese. I would say technology to make cottage cheese probably at the earliest, let's say 1895, the, conceivably the earliest cottage cheese. Because it took a lot of advanced tech. You can't just leave some milk out in the sun and get cottage cheese. You gotta run it through some centrifuges to separate out the physical material. And then use that for entirely peaceful nuclear energy generation. What's going on with Eric? He's a little bit, a little gorded today. Gorded is a good term I just made up right now. I mean, like, you got a lot of things going on in the gourd, like a lot of different drugs. Maybe went a little big on someone. Yeah, gorded includes the idea that heck, maybe you were a little too gung ho about everything. We need to just kind of chill out a bit and not go getting ahead of ourselves, You don't want to get ahead of yourself because then you'll be in second place. But you might want to get ahead of yourself. I don't mean to judge you if you do. I'm just saying, if it operates according to the normal rules of the race, there's no advantage to getting ahead of yourself. It's all twisty. Has it always been like this? All twisty like this? Or it's not really straight? I can't. I don't know. What? Great. Wonderful mushrooms. Humphrey is a gentleman among kings. Like, what? Really? You have mushrooms currently and want to sell them to me at a very reasonable rate? What? Didn't see that coming at all. Invited him over to hang out and play some music and stuff. I don't think we're very musically compatible. In other words, he doesn't have very good taste in music. And he's not accustomed to recording. Like, when you start recording yourself playing instruments, it's really a rude awakening because you realize how poorly you do it and how difficult it is to get the timing just right on things, like to be on point, like exactly on where the beat is, it's very difficult. And for some instruments, it's critically important that you do all those little things perfectly, like bass. It's not just a matter of having the attack be exactly on the beat, but you need to have the length of the bass note be exactly what it needs to be, and it's the kind of thing you don't realize you're doing a bad job of it until you record yourself a lot of times and get frustrated by your inability to play things on point. Makes you play it better over time for sure. He's a pretty good guitarist, but I'm not accustomed to recording. And accordingly, a little bit sloppy with the timing, which is fine. I mean, I'm trying to judge the guy. He's 22 years old. Found that out. 22 years old. Very interesting life story. I'll tell you that. That's right. He had what? He had what? And then is now recovered from it. He had what? Brain cancer. What? They cut out part of his brain. Wow. I never would have guessed it. You seem like somebody who has all of their brain. But just goes to show you. Somebody you meet who's a perfectly normalized person, they may not have all of their brain. He showed us I guess it's MRI or X-ray. I'm not sure what his brain and stuff. You can see where they pulled shit out, cut out part of his frontal lobe. It seems totally normal. Apparently, his family all said after the thing, "No, your personality didn't change at all. The same he as always." So I guess he didn't need that part of his brain. The doctor was like, "Got that out of here." But yeah, it does sound like he's got some ongoing medical stuff. Like, apparently he has back problems. I'm not sure if that's linked to the other thing or what. Anyway, interesting kid. You know, like, he's well, he dresses like in women's clothes, I guess you'd say. He has, he had like a dress on or some kind. He referred to it as such at some point. You know, performing arts high school kid back in the day. Now, all grown up to the ripe old age of 22. He really knows his stuff about drugs. The quality I can appreciate somebody like who's he makes his own oil, and I gotta say it's way better than oil you get at the store. I'm very impressed with his oil. He has his own centrifuge. I guess they're not that expensive. Well, getting pretty ready to wrap up here pretty soon, I think. How did I lose the toilet paper again? Why is my nose still running? I took 4 Benadryls. Can we just stop with the running nose, please? One of my least favorite SI experiences, runny nose. Because it doesn't know when enough's enough at all. It's just like, well, you keep yawning there, I'm just going to keep pouring out more snot from your nose. Well, okay, well, how about we don't do that? You're not thinking about what's convenient for me, sinuses. And I don't believe you even know why you're doing this. You might think you know why, but I don't trust your judgment. I mean, it's quite plausible that the reason you're doing it is because you don't like me. In which case, then I have to respect your judgment. You've successfully found something to torture me with. No, don't tell me to stop yawning if I don't want snot. I want both yawns and no snot. And that is a perfectly reasonable request. I'm sorry, demand. It's a demand, not a request. I demand it. I demand that we live in a world where a man can be free to yawn and not make snot at the same time. I have a dream of a world where a man is not judged by the size or length of his yawn, but whether or not it makes snot. And I additionally have a dream that it doesn't make snot. Those are my dreams, some of my many dreams. I have a lot of dreams. Dreams for America, dreams for the world, even dreams for China and Indochina. I'm not even sure where Indochina is. I still have dreams for it. I have a dream where all the children in Indochina have to play with all the children from regular China, and then they switch houses periodically. Like sometimes the Indo-Chinese have to go to China, sometimes the Chinese have to go to Indochina. That's fair. Regardless, children will be legally required to play with one another and have fun. That's my dream for a new kind of Chinese Indo-Chinese relations. A kind of love enforced with long prison sentences and constant fear. There's no kind of love better than tough love. And what's the toughest love at all of all? Putting you in jail for all of your life. That's just tough love. It's my way of loving you. Hey, if I didn't love you, I wouldn't imprison you for your entire life. I mean, let's go ahead and concede that you do love me. Isn't it probably the case that you still imprison me for my whole life even if you didn't love me? Yeah, okay. Alright. Then it wouldn't be tough love. Then it would be on me, but yeah, I would still do it. But just as you love you, it's different. It's tough love now. Well, is it tough for you or tough for me? It's tough for you, buddy. You're the one who needs the tough love. I mean, do I need the tough love? Yes, you do. Why? You are a drug user, sir. Why am I following you, cat? I'm not following you. Try to trick me. Going in there. Every time I get up, oh, come in the kitchen with me. No, I'm not going in there. Trouble. I'm going here instead. The only place in the world where I can truly experience the power of tough love. Namely, right here outside my house. Is there really ever any real actual tough love that counts as such? I'm not really sure. One, I suppose, could generate some hypothetical situations, but I get that for crimes we need punishments, and that's a good thing. But the idea that a punishment could be tough love seems to try to, it's like an effort to claim validity via emotion. Like, I love you, therefore don't evaluate my actions. um, how about not? Your tough love sounds a lot like you being shitty to me. Sounds very much like that. Oh, the best way to get other people to be like we want them to be is to force them. Leverage with all our might. Force them. you don't do as I say, you're gonna get a big punishment. And the reason, because I love you in a tough way. You're insane, ESTJ person who has this idea, whatever type you might be, has this capacity to it's just so incredibly unfair, right? Like, if you're gonna punish me for something that I did wrong, then it doesn't. You don't need any other thing there at all. I'm being punished because I fucked up, violated someone's rights, whatever. It's justice. If you're in fact doing something that's just, then your emotions come into it not one speck. It doesn't matter if you hate me, love me, like me, find me mildly amusing, then it doesn't matter. As long as you're engaging in a just punishment proportional to the wrongdoing, then that's what matters. If in fact you're not doing something just, and you're just trying to control me, well, that's what you call tough love. And that is just Orwellian doublespeak for I'm shitty. It's so paternalistic, it's like, look, anybody could say this person needs a real come to Jesus moment. I've got some tough love that's got to wake up written all over it. Like, there are occasional can be jarred awake by some harshness, sure, but claiming tough love is putting the cart before the horse in every sense of the word. Like, I remember my boss in Sanderson Academy had to like bust my chops. I didn't get the idea of like I need to be doing things the way he wants me to do them and do a good job of teaching. And I just thought, well, I don't know anything about teaching. I just entertain the children. Anyway, so he sat me down and basically said, "You need to do a good job or I'm going to fire you." And that was a come to Jesus moment for me. But you'll know what it was not was tough love. It was him expressing his reality of I need this job filled not just by a body doing whatever. I need you to do the job right, or else we'll lose this population of paying clients we have. So the idea that when you hold your tough love, and also it presumes to know how, like, it presumes to know what the impacts of that punishment are going to be. It's going to, in fact, cause you to see things their way. There's no reason to conclude that whatsoever. But people, world's full of people doing idiotic things for either no reasons, the wrong reasons, or the right reasons and they're under the wrong friend. And I think it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter all of the stuff that matters The only thing that matters from their perspective is stuff that's very concrete and measurable. Like, no harm, no foul is a very standardized understanding of this phenomenon I'm talking about. People failing to care about what actually matters and caring all the time about what actually doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if there was harm or if the foul was hard or not. The whole point of the foul thing is you define the rules as yeah, and you hire people to enforce the rules that you define as such. If you don't like things like that being called a foul, then change the rules. You know, the idea that somehow we can evaluate whether something should have been called a foul based on how much it impacted the play or something is so fucking, it's just classic utilitarian garbage. Classic. You know, like, look, you're happy, I'm happy, I don't hear anybody here complaining. That's a good idea. No. You can't determine whether something's a good idea based on whether you're happy about it or somebody else is. And you become like Jeff Shaw, who thinks that if he doesn't like something, that means there's something wrong with it. Like, I don't like dentists. I don't think they should not be dentists. You need to be something other than a dentist because I don't like dentists. Therefore, dentists are bad. That's the amazing kind of thing that T.I. Paul will sometimes tell you. Like he told me that just that, of course, if you don't like something, there must be something wrong with it. Otherwise, why would you not like it? Because whether or not you like it, those are your emotions. They have nothing to do with whether that thing itself is what it ought to be or something like that. I mean, what if you change your feelings about something over time? Then, does there cease to be something wrong with it? If your feelings are adequate to diagnose it as wrong in some ways, then surely that diagnosis should stay permanent. If in fact it changes and later on there's nothing wrong with it, then obviously your diagnostic tool has been invalidated. But you know, there are people I very much dislike that I don't think are toxic anyway. But I don't like them though. Like, I really don't like those guys from Scrubs who now do Verizon commercials. I just really despise those two. Their chummy self satisfaction or whatever. That does not mean, I think, they should be different than they are, obviously. Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't, but I can't ascertain that by looking to my feelings and how much I like them. A lot of people love those guys. That also does not make them good. Just like my not liking them doesn't make them bad. I mean, they are bad artists in every sense of the word. They're terrible at comedy or whatever that thing they're doing is. That's objectively the case. But that's a very different thing than saying, therefore, they should be different than they are. there wasn't anything wrong with it. Why don't you like it? Because how I feel isn't a commentary about the thing itself, right? Obviously. I could think things about the thing. That would be indicative of something. I guess the point is, if there is something wrong with something, then it's never adequately or even at all explained what's wrong with that thing by saying I don't like it, right? And if we turn it around that way, it becomes very obvious. Like, okay, here's something where there is something wrong with it. Now, let's explain what's wrong with it. Just how you go. I don't like it. That's not what's wrong with it, though, right? You you don't like something about it that's not right. So what is that thing that's wrong about it? It's my feelings. Okay, Joshua. You are a real poop in the soup. Nobody wants to eat your poop soup. But it's kind of a tragedy, you know. Obviously, the guy's got some kind of stuff going on. Otherwise, why would you subject yourself to all this endless trying to do battle with me about something you know nothing about? And, like, even if you did something about it, you're determined to just, instead of conveying the information, just to say that I'm wrong about things. Like, for years. What motivates somebody to do that? I mean, I get the whole idea of I'm determined to take that guy down a notch. I totally understand that. But what I don't get is the stick to itiveness in the face of defeat after defeat after defeat. Like, you can't take me down a notch without having some compelling insight or observation that make me go, oh, I thought I knew some stuff, but what you just said makes powerful sense. I'm going to have to reflect. But it's never going to be possible to take me down a notch without some kind of insight or observation that means something. You can't take me down a notch just by posturing in ways that withstand zero scrutiny. I guess that's a weird thing to say. It failed to withstand scrutiny or even the least motivated scrutinizer. Would be a more correct way to say it, I guess. Jeff Shaw is dessert silly. She has the most comments on the channel. On this channel? I've never even heard of her, I don't think. I'm sure Jeff Shaw has many accounts. He obviously needs to have many accounts to continue to do his thing around here because I banned them. So he has to come back in another name. Which is certainly his prerogative. He has no obligation to inform me that this name that he's now appearing under is actually him. I think he doesn't even have an obligation to answer me honestly if I ask him directly. But it's weird how he doesn't seem to get how credibility works, though. Like, you have no obligation to do any of those things. But if you're pretending to be a type that's not a profile that's not Jeff Shaw, telling me stories about how you found the channel because I failed to type one of your friends correctly, and they told you all about the channel and stuff. And then it turns out that you out yourself as Jeff Shaw. That obviously nothing you say has any credibility. You can't just go like make shit up, forget that you made it up or something, reveal that it's actually you, and not think that that's going to make you completely lose all credibility. I guess other people don't care about that as much as I do, but I mean, the reason I care about it a lot is because you're just handing your opponent the win on no matter what on every level. Like whatever he says, I go just say, well, Joshua, you have a proven history of lying in order to convince me that there's something wrong with what I'm doing. And you also have a history of not being smart enough to keep consistent with your lies. So whatever you're saying now has zero credibility, obviously, because you've already outed yourself as a liar and a fraud. So there's no point in trying to argue about whatever. You already demonstrated that you don't care about whatever. You care about whatever works for you to make your point that I suck. No, I was in Vietnam, yeah. I was 2 years old, and that's when I won the Congressional Medal of Honor. Because Congress was like, wow, I cannot believe what a ruthless killing machine that baby is. Never right. As soon as I landed in Saigon, I knew I was home. Sarge asked me anything I needed from the supply depot. I said, tell him to bring a lot of body bags. Tossed some straps of ammo around my shoulders, my little 2-year-old shoulders. And, you know, tons of people said, you're the best damn Marine I've ever seen. And I wasn't even in the Marines. I was in the National Guard. Imagine losing your hair like that. I mean, I can't conceive of anything that I could care less about. Imagine thinking that matters. Oh dear God. I'm so glad that's not me. What a nightmare that must be to live in a world where you're concerned about the hair on top of your head and whether you have enough of it. Like, I don't need any of it. I guess in theory it keeps my head warm, but I've evolved beyond these kind of natural solutions for head warmth. I have something that I invented called a hat. Yes, I invented the hat. That's why they call me the Earl of Sandwich. Prior to the invention of the hat, obviously, people had good reason to be concerned about losing their hair because they knew that the top of their scalp was going to get cold in cold weather and sunburned if it's sunny out. But that's where Eric's genius stepped in and said, friends, I have a solution that does more than just keep the top of your head free from sunshine or coldness. It also has a little brim to provide some shade, and it could be a useful article for greeting people, like as per follows. Good day, or top of the morning. Yes, I have evolved. I've evolved faster than anything in history. You know, I started out this lifetime as a centipede. And through a lot of hard work, mutation, and selection, I have now species up all the way to human being in just 54 years. Now tell me evolution is not correct. I don't think so. Could God have done that? No. Evolution? Yes. Georgia Melville, hello. Wonderful to see you here today. We're talking about evolution. We're talking about my time in Vietnam as a 2-year-old killer from the National Guard. Some called me a leader of men. Some called me a taker of souls. I was both. Um, I had a really busy early childhood. For those who don't know, I'm sure most of you already know this, but the day after my birth, I did jump over the Grand Canyon on a horse. And it's fair to say the reason the horse was able to do that jump successfully was because of the quality of the pep talk I gave it as we were approaching the jump point. I said, "You're a good horse. You can jump this whole thing no problem." And thanks to my faith in him, he did jump it. The tragedy was he broke all 4 legs landing, and we had to euthanize him on the spot. But instead, like putting some needle into him or whatever, I gave him a more dignified death. I just pushed him over the edge of the canyon, where he fell many feet, plummeting to his death. You're gonna lose every single hair on your head? Well, I mean, we're not just talking about them falling out. We're saying specifically falling out and not growing back. So I don't think really hardly anybody who gets all the way bald, where they lose every single hair on their head. That would be quite a thorough dehairing job. We're going to be corpses and hundreds of years will pass, and then all of them come out forever. No, once you're dead, your hair stays permanently affixed to your head. That's the final hairdo, they call it. You gotta make sure when you're about to die, you get your hair done exactly like you want it, because that's gonna be your haircut for the rest of your eternity. It's one thing they can't even change in heaven. You get there, like, I'm really regretting this haircut. Could I maybe get a different one? No, sorry. Maybe it sounds strange, but it's one of our hard pass rules. You get the haircut you died with. If I'd known I was going to die, I would not have gotten this haircut. Well, Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Are you coming into heaven or not? Can I get a different haircut in hell? Yes. But if you come back up here afterwards, your haircut will revert. Okay, then yeah, let just go into heaven. I guess it's pretty nice around here, huh? Yeah, it's paradise. So you like your job? It can be a little dull sometimes. Mostly, it's just me explaining to people that no, they cannot get a different haircut. There's a lot of people like you. Really? Yeah, and some of them, they don't regret it right away. It might take a few decades after their death, and they go like, "Hey, that haircut's really looking dated now." I thought it was so cool at the time, but I wish I just gone with something like shaved head. It'd be so easy to manage here in heaven. Because even after you're dead and in heaven, if you have long hair, your hairs will still clog up the drain of the shower. One of the It's like one of the little planned imperfections of heaven to make it appreciate all the things that it does have. Matt, entering heaven with a Jada Pinkett haircut. Yeah, I think it's a great haircut. You don't ever have to brush it, wash it. You just don't have to do anything. Just let it be by itself. Just your scalp, basically, with a little bit of black showing where the hairs are coming in. That's the most convenient haircut of all. When God made this haircut rule, he had a good reason. But now he cannot for life of him remember what it was. He's afraid to change the rule because he knew that when he made it, he had a good reason. And he just figured maybe someday it'll come back to him. Oh yeah, that's why I made that rule with the haircuts. Because I didn't want people to be able to get haircuts in heaven. That can't be it. Had to be some reason. Maybe a check against possible wig wearing. People might try to put on wigs to fool me. But it doesn't make any sense because we do allow wigs here in heaven, just not new haircuts. Jesus, do you know why I did this? Father, do forgive me, but I do not know why you did this. Were you here when I made this decision? I was. You mean was I dead yet? Yeah, I was already dead, but um, I wasn't in the room with you at that moment when you made the decision, so I really can't say why. Holy Ghost, get over here. Do you know why I made this haircut rule? Uh, to be honest, I don't really remember. I remember us discussing it, but I don't know. Do you think we should keep this haircut rule? Well, until we find out why we made it, yeah. How are we going to find that out? Maybe one of us will remember at some point. Yeah, okay. I guess we just let it sit as it is for a while longer. And, to this day, they still haven't got around to addressing it because they can't remember why they made the rule. Needless to say, these problems do not occur in God's Big Heaven Church's heaven. My church, God's Big Heaven, is a church that promises the biggest, best, and most technologically advanced of all the heavens. And additionally, we offer a holy water delivery service so that you can always know whatever you're doing, just be drinking the holy water or if you would regular water, that should you happen to die all of a sudden, you are absolved of all your wrongdoings. Because that, my friends, is the power of holy water. So it makes it different from regular water. You can't pour regular water on a demon and expect it to do anything. However, if you pour holy water on a demon, then it burns them, causes them to scream in agony. It burns, the holy water, it burns. Well, good news, friends, is it won't burn you when you sign up for God's Big Heaven Church's holy water delivery service. Because if you die without being absolved, then you're going to go straight to hell. And you don't want that, do you? I don't think so. So that's why a $599 per month subscription service for my holy water delivery is not just a bargain, it may be the greatest bargain in the history of cosmology. I am literally saving your soul, preventing you from going to hell, and ensuring you get into a heaven that doesn't have a restrictive haircut policy. And you're telling me it's only $599 a month? I mean, it'd be worth it at $599 million a month. Easily. And no, don't try to make your own holy water. You're not qualified to make holy water. I, on the other hand, am the archpastor of the church that I've been talking about, God's Big Heaven Church. That qualifies me to make holy water. In fact, sometimes I not purposefully make holy water. Like, I'll be washing my hands, not trying to bless the water. And all of a sudden, oh, that sound it makes when it becomes holy. It just drains down the drain, purifying all the evil spirits on the way to the septic tank. You know, I'm like kind of like King Midas. So instead of things I touch turn into gold, everything I touch turns into holy water. Ernest Scared Stupid taught me that milk kills demons. I feel like in real life, they'd love milk. Oh, I think they'd love it, yeah. Who, if demons are gonna drink something, it's not gonna be a pleasant, normal drink, you know, like water or coffee. No, I just want to drink a bunch of milk. Glug, glug, glug. It's so thick and like barely a drink. That's how demons are, you know. That's how they talk too. Look at me. I'm a demon. I'm drinking milk. Look at me. I'm a demon. I'm so dark and evil. I'm drinking milk. That's what they sound like. As opposed to ghosts. Ghosts sound very different. Ghosts sound like this. Ooh. Very different sound, obviously. Nobody should ever get those two mixed up for each other. The sounds of Sasquatch mating filled the morning air like a sunshine made of sparkles. That's a good first sentence for a book. The sounds of Sasquatch mating filled the morning air like sunshine. I forgot the exact construction of it. Like sunshine enriches the sparkliest particles. Eric walked outside and took a deep breath. Smells like Sasquatch mating. Sounds like it too, he said out loud. I wonder if I should go inside and tell Rachel, he further said. Hey, Rachel, come out here. What does this sound like to you? Sasquatch mating. I agree. It's clearly Sasquatch mating. You can hear this guy saying, tell me how big my foot is, over and over again. Can only be a sure sign of Sasquatch mating. I think it's one of the most provable cases of Sasquatch sightings ever, actually. Because who but a Sasquatch would say that during sex? A bighorn sheep? No, because they have very small feet. Part of them that's big is their horn. Trick question, that was. Who else might mate in that fashion? Pretty much only Sasquatches, or I don't know, maybe like ocelots, ostriches, or other animals that start with O. Owls, orangutans. What are some animals that start with O? Orange bears. Ovals. um, oh no. Starts with O. All right, Rachel agrees. That is exactly like Sasquatch mating. Their mating rituals, they're also filled with things that start with O. Like, I don't know, maybe Cordover Street. Their first name doesn't start with an O, but a C is basically an O. And the second name does start with an O. Not just any O either, a zero. His name's actually Cord Zero Verse Street. It's not an O, it's a zero. And yes, that's their family name. Since from time immemorial, their last name is started with a zero. And, it may have started as a simple clerical error. They meant to write overture with an O, but they accidentally wrote a zero instead. And that got put in the records, and It's been that way ever since. They're known as one of only 46 people whose last names start with the numeral 0. Other famous examples are like Yoko Zero No. People think of her as Yoko Ono. She actually, her last name starts with a 0. Other famous people whose last names start with a 0. Um, let's see. Well, there's what the late great uh, what was his first name? Ozzy Osbourne, right? Both his first and last names actually start with zeros. But what's interesting is his wife took his last name, but she spelled it with an O, as did two of their children. The other two staying loyal to the 0. That get to be pronounced Z. So, I'm Jack. Zed's born. That's what he says. He says, my pronoun is Zed, and it stands for 0. How about you? I said, my pronoun is 1. And together, you and I make a complete binary alphabet. All we need. You be the 0, I'll be the 1. It's like a good love song. Because we're binary, baby. You think that you're the 0, but we both know I'm the 1. And together, we'll write code until the day is done. Something like that. Hello, Sarah. Watch Eric talk for hours and hours and hours. Watch Eric think on the outside of his brain. That's why I like mushrooms. I just go and don't worry about it. I don't have the FE qualms I otherwise would. It's nice to not care sometimes. Because as an FE third person, obviously I care a lot what people think, even though I may do a poor job of managing it. So, it's liberating to take speed and mushrooms and not give a fuck. And just babble what I feel like talking about. And to actually want to talk about whatever it is I'm talking about. Because, motivation's a bugaboo, right? Like, any given moment, there are infinite things I, in theory, could talk about. But usually, I'm not particularly motivated to talk about any of them because I'm just like, well, why bother? I already know what I'm saying. But mushrooms make me understand the world very differently. I recognize that I still have within me the power to play without worrying about whatever, without worrying about the future or the past, without worrying about people's impressions. Mushrooms are such a wonderful drug. Like, they're the best. Just, what a glorious blessing that such a thing exists. I, and I feel this kind of uniquely about mushrooms. Every drug, I think, is, you have to work to have and maintain a sustainable relationship with it. You're not always going to have good experiences with it. You're, it's going to have some negatives to go along with it too. Not mushrooms. I mean, I never seem to have, not in a long time, never had anything but wonderful experiences on them. And they help me prioritize, like, what what I feel like doing right now, which is wonderful because often I get stuck in, I don't know, I've got several things I sort of want to do. I don't really want to start doing any of them, like that kind of stuff. Mushrooms makes all that stuff just go away. Who the fuck cares about all that stuff? Well, that's a wonderful thing that mushrooms offers. It's definitely healthy to laugh a lot. And like tonight, I was laughing so much. It's good for you to laugh. Healthy. It also does healthy things for my body too. Like, I may not like the runny nose or yawns and such, but mushrooms is trying to fix my body too. I don't think people realize how interactive you still are with this. I mean, yeah, there just hasn't really been much action in the chat, but some nights, tonight might have been one of them for some stretches of time that when I'm tripping balls, I'm not paying any attention to the chat. But I think tonight I've been more or less attentive to anything that comes up in the chat. Not been a lot of activity in the chat, which is fine. But certainly I can read things and respond to them, like always. Let's see. Hi, Sir Reginald Bumpkin Bumpquistle. Hope's all good. All is good. It is now, what time? 11 o'clock at night? I can't really see very well. I have a watch. 10 o'clock. That's only 10 o'clock. That's not so late. We got some good news today. The part shipped. Finally, I ordered it last week, and I'm renting a car until my car gets fixed. So then, dicking around, dilly dallying for a few days before they ship it out. A little annoying. Love that. But they have shipped it now. As far as I can tell, they're shipping it from Pomona, which means it should get here forthwith. Like it should get here. It should get to Merced like late tomorrow. very latest conceivable would be the next day. We'll see how long it takes him to fix it once he has the part, too. But, you know, I'm glad that's come unstuck. It was stuck in this period of me get an email that says, "We thank you for your order. We are now processing it. Here's what you ordered. Here's how much you paid, whatever." And then where's the inevitable follow up email that says, "We have now shipped it." Ideally, it comes like 10 minutes later. Days passed. No such email. And so finally, I called them today, left a message saying, "I want to know if you've shipped my thing yet. Here's my order number." And he did not call me back. Instead, he shipped it. And I got an email saying it shipped, here's your tracking number and stuff. Fantastic. I'd much rather, in that instance, you just do it rather than talk to me. So that's taken care of. I mean, it's been a whirlwind week of Christmas miracles across the board. Things have been kind of astonishingly good in a way. Um, like I got mushrooms today. I went to the casino twice recently. First time I won $700. Second time I won $10. Um, my dental surgery went well. Yeah, it's a little bit of a mouthful of nonsense, but it's gonna tough it out temporarily until I get my final product. And that's fine. We canceled Rachel's dental appointment, which I was very pleased with us doing that because it was just going to be a waste of $300 for no good reason. Um, we got our Christmas present shopping done. I got Rachel a Christmas present she wanted, and she got me one that I wanted. We watched a number of good Christmas movies. I made a new friend who came over today. He and I have a lot of different understandings about things. Like he's very NFP in his musical taste. He might be an NFP. He might be an INFP. I'm not sure. But he's not ENFP. I'm not sure what he is. But regardless, like, I said something like, music should be universally, best music resonates universally. And he said, then that's just pop then. Okay. Your goal is not to be different, to be good. You know? And your goal when you're making music in general is not to establish some mood or something. It's conceivable that you can make music that conveys a certain mood, sure. But that can't be an end in itself. It's like, well, it can be, but then it's just like Well, it's like you can imagine somebody saying to Randy Newman, "I really need a song that sounds like it's from like the 1910s. It's it's like a love song from the 1910s." And Randy Newman wrote "My Little Buttercup." So you could say that he started with clarity regarding what mood he wanted the song to have. But the only reason it successfully had that mood is because of actual things like songwriting, right? That aren't just conveying a mood. He likes moody music. I didn't try to like argue with him a bunch or anything, but you know, I'm not trying to start a fight with him. But the thing is, I was very much interested and open to hi Manny John, hi low confidence frog. Oh well, they did send it to me now. Um, so like for me, I was very much open to, interested in finding out why my music was bad and how to think better about music and stuff. So accordingly, I was very open to hearing correct things how to, about what makes good music and such. But that assumes somebody has as their desired outcome to make good music rather than to make their music. They need something needs to not smell like the person who wrote it at all to be good. You're not understanding anything Eric is saying? Well, I'm talking about this guy who came over to hang out with me today, and we worked, collaborated a little bit on some music stuff. We started recording one of his songs, in fact. Um, I'm just explaining why he's not thinking about music right. But that's his prerogative, obviously. And I'm not going to tell him this is not a good idea. He pretty clearly doesn't like my music either, so that's fine. I still feel like I can collaborate with him musically though, in the sense that if at some point I record one of my songs that I haven't recorded yet, I could see myself finding ways for him to contribute in useful ways, you know. Obviously, people are very sensitive about their music and stuff they make. I try to be very respectful of that. do the best I can to make the material that we're recording work as best it can. And, it's certainly, he talked about some bands he liked that I've never heard of, but um, I'm sure he's not the only fan of those bands. Accordingly, if he's making music that's like music made by those bands, then there is an audience for that stuff. It's kind of like aimless mood coffee shop music or something. I don't really know how to describe it. I go play Wordle all day and come back. Okay, see you later. Chortles. You're thinking of King Kamehameha? I'm not thinking of Israel Kamehameha. Somewhere over the rainbow. Look, just just stay on this side of the rainbow. You don't need to know what's over there. It is, one might say, a Jacobian nightmare. The Jacobian period, obviously, being the period lasting from 1601 to 1635, about, in which King Edward the First was the king. Why they call it Jacobian if it's King Edward? I don't know. You would think it would be King Jacob, right? They call the Elizabethan era after Queen Elizabeth. So I don't know why they call it Jacobian for somebody whose name's not Jacob. But they do. They do. Uh, Jacobian is also a term used in calculus, apparently. In calculus, its meaning has nothing to do with King Edward I. And nobody knows why they call it Jacobian. Nobody in the world will ever know. Interesting facts to know. Did you know that firecrackers are neither fire nor cracker? True. Did you know that blue whales are neither blue nor a whale? It's true. Turtles is where bluebirds fly. Oh, that's on the other side of the rainbow, you mean? Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen any bluebirds come back from that side of the rainbow? Not in one piece. Not after they spent God knows how many hours in the teeth of a Jacobian nightmare. You've done it. You found the word in 4 tries. What was the word? Was it turtle? You should have gotten that in fewer tries than 4. I would have gotten turtle in 1 try. But that's because I'm empowered by the science and majesty of the Jacobians. A time in Europe, sometimes hailed by historians as the Golden Platinum Age, where men were men and women were women, horses were neither. And that's how it went back in the day. Back in the day when The Welsh weren't considered people, but rather vermin to be stomped out. Back in the day, the Jacobean way of things. Boy, we sure could use a period like the Jacobean period again nowadays. You know, or with you and your freaking okay, like you want to crash right here, curl up and everything. If I try to pet you, you want to scratch me. Like, just can you just not be a psychopath? You're so cute. Nobody would guess what a psychopath you are. You see that cute cat? He did not want me to pet him at all. If I were to pet him, he would scratch me. Very small chance of offending a Welshman. Well, look, I personally, it's not nothing personal against the Welsh, but I'm just saying, as my job as the leader of the Society for the Promotion of Jacobean Values, well, we just have to acknowledge that accordingly, no Welsh, no Irish, Scottish, only half of them are allowed, and nobody from south of London. What a cute kitty. You guys paw all over his eyes like that. Oh my god. You are the cutest. The Welsh are more rare than the Japanese on the internet. Well, maybe you should check out Cambrian Chronicles. He's a Welsh guy. All of his videos are about Wales. Not contemporary Wales, but the history of Wales. Like, you know that there used to be some additional kingdoms off of Wales. You know, the general area of Wales was divided into various kingdoms during various times, various lords and stuff. Well, there was a time way back when the Irish Sea, which is already very shallow, was so shallow that even though it was technically below sea level, it wasn't actually ended with water. They were able to put up some seawalls and keep the land dry there. Until one day, some big flood event occurred, wiped out those kingdoms forevermore, and changed the look of the Irish Sea somewhat in the process. And they have a folk story about why it happened. I don't remember the exact specs, but some lady was in charge of preventing it from happening. And she fucked up in some way and didn't prevent it from happening. And then it did. And she was like the only survivor. And accordingly, she had to live with guilt and shame, ruining the day that she failed to prevent this flood from occurring. Hey, fart knocker, grab a pen and draw a horse. I don't want to grab a pen and draw a horse. I do answer the fart knocker, though. Knock, knock. Who's there? Fart knocker who? Me, fart knocker. Oh, that's the whole joke. There's no coffee in this cup. It's like all my drinks. This is the story of my life. I open a drink, drinking it, and then it's gone. I drank it all. Happens all the time. People come to me and saying words, expecting words. Happens all the time. Present company accepted. Present company accepted. Oh, James Murphy, you're a real winner. You know who you are. This is a love song. To you, James Murphy, for being such a genius. Everybody singing the same song. It's all tonight, 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 tonight. The best thing is you're getting all week. Everybody has the same end to make you cry. It is enough to make you cry. What's this? Mortality? I didn't order any mortality. Take this back to the chef right now. Tell him table 7 doesn't want any of this growing old and dying stuff. Other people want to do that, that's their prerogative. But as for me and my house, we serve the Lord. I mean, we say no to death and old age. You gotta hook me up with the Ponce de Leon. Ponce de Leon. Ponce de Leon. What do you mean it's pronounced Ponce de Leon? Ponce de Leon? Now that would be a dumb name. Ponce de Leon? Fancy. Anyway, so apparently, I'm not sure where exactly, possibly in Florida, there's some kind of a fountain that you drink from it makes you eternally young. It's called the Ponce de Leon Fountain of Youth. This is kind of like Tyler Perry. He liked to put his name in front of it. And if Tyler Perry could, Tyler Perry, I wouldn't say what was wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with him. He's just wrong about music. Which makes him the same as everybody else. Look, I'm not gonna tell him here's what you're doing wrong, here's how you're thinking wrong about music. So, And the reason I'm not going to tell them that is because I'm selfish. I care more about having a good relationship with them than actually helping them do something that matters. Because it is the case that if, if anybody wants to make good music, then it's always a good idea to at least hear and have at your disposal the first frame of reference. And you might not even agree with it, but yeah. Fortunately, correctness is not predicated on agreement. I mean, the thing is, I'm not trying to claim at any point that I'm doing it right. You know, what I claim is that I actually understand in full how incredibly difficult it is to make anything musically that's worth anything. And so, accordingly, if if you want to be discouraged, then listen to my truth. It's like, are you sure you want to undertake this thing we're attempting? Because what we're trying to do is one of the hardest things in the universe. We are trying to make good music. And it's literally one of the hardest and one of the most important things in all of history, in all of the universe. This is not ideally something to take lightly, you know? Ideally, it's not something that gets swept up in experience either. Like the Jespersons next door, their problem, again, not a problem per se, it's just why they're wrong about music or how they're wrong about it, is because for them it's about the experience, the subjective experience of doing this thing. And like, I can indicate something to me along the lines of how good one of our songs is depends on how it makes her feel. The thing is, certainly it's the case that good music will make you feel stuff. And like excellent music will often give me goosebumps and stuff. And that's fine, but even though good music causes predictably produces certain kinds of feelings, it doesn't work the other way around. because you feel that way about something, that makes it good. It doesn't work that direction. It just works. If something truly is transcendent, it will give you goosebumps, and you just feel like in awe of the genius, you know. And that's a great thing to be to experience as a listener. But I guess the key thing is that's that's something being so good that even your least correct ways, FI and SI, are screaming genius, you know. But it's still fundamentally not why something's good, or not a way to know whether something's good. Like I know that when somebody loves you, and everything is beautiful. That song. I know that song makes me sad, feel sad, and I know that it's a brilliant song. Also, I know it's a brilliant song not because it makes me sad. That's not a good reason to think something's good. It's like you can't rely on that approach to knowing which songs are good. You are writing your own songs, like Kay's doing, whichever song she's feeling most doesn't suddenly become a better song than the one she's feeling less at the moment. You know, their status as good or bad songs is static. It doesn't change. It's not subject to the whims of feelings. So the thing is, what's clear, very clear to me, is that Kay and Jared are making music exactly like they want to make it. Um, that they wholly embrace their approach as the ideal approach because fundamentally their goal is not to make good music, right? It's to have a good time making music. Home Fry's here. He's just young, little nervous about sharing stuff, obviously, and certainly not needing for me to be discouraging or anything. Because I guess that's the bottom line is that it's only ever conceivably a good idea for me to explain how to think about music properly to somebody whose goal is to make good music. And most people who make music, that's not their goal. I mean, it's good. It's good to not have that be your goal because if that's your goal, you're doomed to fail almost all of the time, as I do. Because basically, from my perspective, two kinds of music: transcendent and utterly worthless. And that's it. So, like, understanding what matters about music and what's good about music and what makes good music and all that stuff is a bit of a curse because you just watch yourself time and again fall into the bin of worthless crap despite your best efforts. Just all that time, just make this piece of garbage. And that's being honest with yourself about shit, you know? It's like, if you actually understand music and understand what's good and how things become good and whether or not something's good, and you're correct about that, then you end up having to acknowledge to yourself that I spent all those hours completing this thing only for it to be completely worthless garbage. And that happened over and over and over and over again, if you even get to complete them. A much preferable place is the delusion of like youth, I guess. When I was in my 20s, playing in this terrible band, not really, just not really knowing at all whether it was good or not. I just thought, well, this is what it is, I guess. You know? I'd think about things like trying to play this guitar part and stuff, but I didn't think about the critical questions of what makes good music. How are you going to get there if you are ever going to? The first thing you have to do is stop playing in this incredibly shitty band. And then, you know, at some point, I guess probably in my 30s, Corey started talking to me about music and I started to think about it correctly. But, being correct about music is a lot harder than being correct about other things because I can, I'm, when I'm correct about things intellectually, it's never conceivably a worthless garbage. It's always priceless correctness. Other people may not value it as such, but that's what it is. Because, of course, being correct is a process you can execute with reliable strategies that result in reliable outcomes. You cannot figure out a formula to make good music. It's not possible, right? But you can understand some rules of thumb, understand what you're trying to do, etc. You can listen to good music is a good starting spot. But if people don't want to make good music, but they want to make music for some other reason, then there's absolutely no reason for me to ever explain any of this to them. Because they don't, they're not upholding, you know, transcendence as a value. Being right about music is much more ontologically punishing than being right about other things could ever conceivably be. Because, of course, if I were just right about music as a listener, I wouldn't have any painful part. But I'm actually trying to make music all the time, a lot of time, and getting nowhere, getting nowhere fast. It's hard to trust the process because there is no process. I can approach making music in a few different ways. Like I could start tracking shit as drums, bass, build stuff up, loops. That makes a certain kind of track that has a lower ceiling. I could write songs and try to record them. You know, it's my best strategy. But wrangling those things into proper sounding tracks can be a real son of a bitch, I tell you. So labor intensive, and I'm just it takes a lot of TE that I don't have very well, not good enough really. Like kind of gotta look ahead a few steps down the road, understand how this is gonna fit in with something later. It's gonna sound good when it's together, but doesn't sound like that right now because you haven't had this other thing. That kind of stuff. I have a real hard time with that. Like I just am not that good musically to understand that. Like I wish I could. Also, I'm always trying to fucking do things the half-assed way. Like, okay, Eric, I like this part of the loop here. Now you need to change. Don't just put like, well, I'll just copy and paste this note a bunch of times, and that'll be good enough for change right now. You actually have to sit down and write the other part, Eric. To write it, and then you have to put it in there. If you don't know what the other part is supposed to be right now, you're just gonna have to keep listening, let it simmer. Eventually, it'll strike you. Oh, it's supposed to go like this. Blah, 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 blah. And then you have to go actually follow through and put that in the song. And yes, Eric, tweaking out on the piano is fun. That is not a good way to get anything done musically. Okay? Sure, you could argue, yeah, but I'm getting better at the piano. Again, not your goal, Eric. Your goal is not to be a good piano player. Your goal is to make good music. Before I stop abusing animals, I'm not abusing animals. What are you talking about? Eating animals is not the same thing as abusing them. Meow. This animal abuses me, I'll tell you that. He's an abusive, wife-beating husband. It doesn't matter what type you are at all, obviously. You're upset about the reality of veganism for no reason, which is to say, it's perfectly acceptable for you to think that people have some positive moral indication to not eat animals. It is not correct to say that there's an obligation that stems from rights for all the reasons I explained already. And whether you like it or not, we all have to live in the actual universe where things are correct, that mean things, not just have things be how you want them to be and destroy the meaning of words in the process. It's absolutely valid for you to say, I possess, for me, what amounts to an obligation to not eat. However, you also have to acknowledge that that obligation doesn't universalize. And that's okay. You don't need to have everyone have to be a vegan for it to be good for you to be a vegan. Okay? It can be a wholly righteous moral choice of yours to be a vegan, and also that there be no generalizable obligation. If you disagree with that, well, then you do not care at all about correctness, truth, words, or anything. You only care about what you feel passionately about, and you don't, it's like, as far as you're concerned, any means necessary. I will say anything, I will, doesn't matter how contrafactual it is, as long as it conveys my central point, which is, you are evil for eating meat. Well, nobody can take you seriously if you do not use words to mean what they mean. For example, the word right. I mean, obviously, only animals that should be vegan are animals that are already vegan. Like, I don't know, I think cows just eat grass. I don't think they should start eating meat. I'm not advocating that you should start eating meat. And I'm not even disputing that you can make the argument that others would better uphold sanctity of life were they to not eat meat. But unfortunately for you, sanctity of life does not qualify as a value to uphold. I mean, you can position it as such, but it's obvious when it comes into conflict with other values, the sanctity of life is not a top level value. Justice. Now, there's a top level value. Why are you talking about ferrets? Because Winston's mom is a big thing for ferrets. She really likes them. I don't think she has any currently, but she had a lot of them in the past. And she thinks they're fine creatures. Apparently, they get a lot of cancer. I didn't know that, but Winston's mom told me that. I guess if the lady ferrets can't reproduce, they get cancer or something. Like you either have babies or you're getting cancer. Seems weird, but I guess that's how it works. You know, the capybaras are the new San Francisco treat. Get a whole capybara, dig a pit, and cook it up luau style. See how it tastes. Well, capybara, guess what? You asked the wrong alligator for a ride this time. Because look what I did. I put you in a pit and cooked you up. Now I don't even want to eat you because you got dirt all over you. I should have figured out a better way to put you in the pit, I guess. Oh well. We'll just leave the capybara carcass out for the bears to eat. They love capybaras. That's why you'll never see a capybara asking a bear for a ride. They know the bear will just eat them. Unlike the alligator, for some reason. Trouble, can you just move, please? I just don't even. Can you just not be right there, please? Just go someplace else, please. Shoot, shoot. Don't come back here. Go someplace else. Stop being right at my feet all the time. Either you consider unnecessary harm wrong or you consider it right. Which one? I mean, the doing of harm, like, is it bad? Is it necessarily wrong to kill an animal when you have an alternate way of getting food? No, it's not. The fact that you call it unnecessary harm doesn't change anything. That's not how we measure legitimacy, not by looking at impacts and stuff. So you're wildly off base in your moral reasoning. But again, you don't need, in any way, shape, or form, for your moral perceptions on this matter to universalize for your moral perceptions to be correct for you. Because everybody has to wrestle in life with the question of positive moral indications. I would probably say I do feel there's a positive moral indication towards against eating meat. But that's one of the positive moral indications that I'm not following, right? There are lots of positive moral indications, none of which universalize. That's what makes them positive moral indications rather than obligations. Peace begins on my plate, huh? Does it though? I mean, for somebody who's eaten a lot of meat in his life, I can very much assure you that the peacefulness of my life varied, but was not linked to how much meat I was eating at all. Additionally, I have a positive moral indication that I generally do follow regarding meat eating, which is I try not to eat things that we didn't raise to be eaten. It's like, it's fine to eat that cow the farmer raised for the purpose of turning it into meat. That cow would not exist except for that job it has. It's a different story to go out in the wilderness and shoot some animal minding its own business and eat it. I don't know. It just seems a lot worse to me. Like, we've already taken over like all of the world, all the natural spaces. For the animals who are still out in the woods, just leave them alone. You don't need to shoot them or eat them. There are better animals to eat. It's like nobody prefers game over actual food animals like cows. I mean, his position is that it's wrong to eat meat. However, what that means for him is that every argument about the subject has to always go a certain way. Like, for example, I pointed out that while it's irrelevant to the question of the ethics of eating meat, it is the case that chicken is the most environmentally sustainable way to provide lots of people with protein and stuff. And he just refused to acknowledge that accurate and correct statement, even though it did not negate what he was saying about the ethics at all, right? I was just pointing out that if you want to look at impacts, you should consider those impacts as well. He didn't want to hear that. The most important thing is he needs to remember that if he's convinced he's doing the right thing, then that's all he needs to know. He doesn't need to have other people have to not eat meat to be a moral person for him to be moral by not eating meat. Well, it's fairly important that we use words to mean what they mean. And that we be honest in our use of words. Like if I'm going to actually advocate for something and do a good job, that means listening to what the other person's saying and acknowledging where it's correct, etc. You can't be a good advocate for a position if your only argument is that eating meat's bad because it kills animals. I mean, it does kill animals. That's not a warrant for what is wrong. And the notion of you can determine something's wrong when it does unnecessary harm. Well, I mean, first of all, it's the idea that harm is necessary only if you have no other options. It's a silly idea. Like, everything we do has impacts. And whether or not those impacts qualify as harm or benefits or whatever is dependent on the interested calculus of the person doing that calculation. So the idea that you should It's always wrong to do unnecessary harm. It fails to acknowledge that, number one, we can't predict the impacts of our actions very well. And that's why we can't legitimize or delegitimize them by making appeals to those impacts. Additionally, even if we could predict well, we can't have a functioning moral reasoning approach that doesn't determine the status of something until after the impacts are measured. Because you need to know whether something's wicked, morally permissible, morally impermissible, etc., before you do the action. And it needs to be determined beforehand. That's why rights are the only true moral framework. Utilitarianism calls itself a normative framework, but it's absolutely not. It's just a way of justifying illegitimate shit by promising impacts that may or may not arrive. Yeah, we're still streaming. You know, it's one of those days. I'm getting my money's worth today. Took a bunch of drugs. I'm living large. Of course, we all know the sad, sad tomorrows of all yesterday's parties. Oh, sure, maybe tomorrow I'll be like, I don't feel like doing that. They talked, I said all my stuff yesterday. Maybe it will be like that tomorrow. What are you, the cops? Hey, dude, I hope that's coffee looking sound exhausted. I am pretty darn tired. This is coffee. You'd be pretty tired too if you got up at 3 in the morning, like I did, and had to drive all the way to the casino to get cigarettes and gamble, of course. And then gambled for a couple of hours. Walked away up $10. Started with 400, left with 410. Drove back here. Actually, drove to the supermarket. Got groceries. Got Reese's pills filled up. Then hung out around here, like tweaking out on whatever for a while. And then had my friends come over. Who's a nice guy. And hung out with him for quite a while. Worked on some music with him. Then I had a Christmas miracle. And all of a sudden I had mushrooms. I was like, oh, I know what to do with these mushrooms. I'm gonna eat them. And I did. The word evil feels hyperbolic, but wicked is scarily real. I like the term wicked as well. A Christmas mushroom miracle. Right. And I'll tell you, another miracle was those were amazingly good mushrooms. Like, wow, I am impressed. I ate an eighth. I tripped very hard. A wonderful time was had by me. It was a wonderful time had by all. Definitely not for some parts of the stream where I made it essentially impossible to be here because I was trying to figure out how to play this thing on the piano over and over and over and over again. I never did get it right. And I guess that's why they call it the blues. God, did you take Eric's advice to not spend $3,000 on a keyboard? I did make a song for you about that, Guild. Explaining to you how you should not spend $3,000 on a keyboard. I made some songs earlier tonight too. Don't even remember what they were about. It's a good sign that you had a good trip and you have trouble remembering what happened. As I do have trouble remembering what happened. The thing that strikes my memory the most was opening those Benadryls. How incredibly impossible it was to open them, and how much that was making me laugh too. Like, just because, like, how did this come to be? Nobody can get into those pills. I'm sorry, nobody can. Not children, not adults, not anybody, not Sasquatch, nobody. But someone at the Benadryl company was like, yes, this decision, this packaging, I'm liking it a lot. Have you tried to open it, sir? No. But I like the way it looks. I really think you should try to open it. All right. Judy, bring me some of these pills here. I'm going to try to open them. All right. Let's see here. What does this say on the back of it? It's very small print, sir. It's instructions on how to open it. Okay, well, can you tell me what it says? Because I can't possibly read it. Nobody knows what it says, sir. It's written in such a small font that nobody knows what it says. How does this qualify as instructions to open up the pill? We can only guess what it says, sir, but we're very confident that what it says is instructions on how to open this. Okay. Well, given that I don't have the instructions, how do you recommend to open it? We're just gonna have to fiddle around with it for a bit. 30 minutes later. Will somebody bring me a welding torch, please? A welding torch and a jackhammer. I am getting close to opening one of these things. I use these scissors. I cut every speck of packaging around the pill off of it as completely as I could. I still couldn't get the pill out of the thing. That's how insane those packages are. All I need synth-wise to be fair from a standpoint are those techie things. And the MIDI keyboard to control my software synths with. Well, that sounds complicated. I'd suggest instead go to a couple of yard sales until you see one of these keyboards that I got for sale. Be willing to pay up to $50 for it. When's the last time I got some pussy? That's rather a crass question. I don't remember the exact day, but maybe like a week ago. Uh, I don't keep note of it in my calendar. Had sex today. It's not something I would write down. In my log of sex events. Captain's log, start date 2025. I made the sex today. The wife didn't expect that coming, but I was like, should we make the sex? And she was all, yeah. And then after that, I was like, oh, oh. This part representing the male organ and this part the female. It fits right in there like that. That's how I did the sex anyway. I'm not saying everybody should do it that way. I used to just try to have sex with her knee, the front part of it. It didn't work very well. But nobody ever told me where to put it. I just put it various places. Should I hump here at your shoulder blade? Maybe. Gotta just try it and find out, I guess. I do hear hardware scents can provide higher sound quality, but are far from necessary. I smoke marijuana so I don't beat my wife and children. Any advice, Gramps? I mean, ideally, you would have no tendency ever to beat your wife and children, regardless of anything else. If you gotta smoke weed to prevent yourself from doing that, then I guess it's definitely a good thing that you're smoking weed, but putting a lot of pressure on weed. My advice is this. Love. Love with your heart, not with your fists. That's my advice. Look, Fly Guy's right. Don't spend money unless you're going to change something drastically or to provide return on investment, which it won't. But what you need to do, as I said, is just go get a $50 keyboard. This thing sounds fine. Sounds great. It's got an out. I can plug in the sound card and record it like that. What more do you need in life than a keyboard like that? Well, sure. It would be lovely if it had two outs and you could channel like the drums onto one channel and the other part of keyboards onto the other one. That'd be a nice feature for it to have. But it's not necessary. You just gotta do things one at a time. I wouldn't mind having one of those wheels that you go like this and it bends the note. I think those things are kind of cool. But I could live without one. In general, gear is it's a juggling trap. Like, oh well, I'm not impressing anybody with these 3 ball jugglings. So I'm going to add a 4th ball. Now you got to add a 5th ball. And then 6th ball. And you realize the problem with never how many balls you were juggling is the fact that you were juggling it all. You should never have taken up juggling. Same thing with gear. You think, oh, if I had this gear, I could do all these things. You can already do all those things. And having different gear won't make you do them any more than not having that gear. Now, it's one thing if you're totally gear hamstrung like I used to be, where I just had one acoustic guitar and it was all of the gear I had, plus some mics. Obviously, I needed an electric guitar plus a little amp. I thought I needed a bass. I did not. Because what I realized now that I have this keyboard is that I always play bass on the keyboard and never on the bass. I mean, I don't think these people who call me Gramps in real life talk to people like that at all. Do you really need good monitor speakers though? You need decent speakers of some kind. But like I don't have any special speakers dedicated to monitoring shit, but I do have 3 different speakers that I can listen to things through. The TV, the sound bar thing, I don't know what it's called, and the PA speakers. Yeah, sure. As for mixing, sure. Of course, you also have headphones too. The other way to listen to it. The reason it's not necessarily important to get like flat monitors that give you really true rendering of the sound and stuff is because nobody ever listens to things on those. And you're better off listening to it on multiple real world speakers and finding the spot where it works on all of them. Gear's not going to solve your problem, is my point, Gil. If you're feeling like you're in a creative doldrums or that you can't move forward creatively until you need this piece of gear or that piece of gear, that's not your problem. It's not gonna it's not gonna fill the hole in your heart, Gil. Getting more gear. You can't gear your way out of a lack of inspiration if that's what you're suffering from. But obviously you have your approach to making music that's very different than mine. And you listen to very different kinds of music than I do. And like different kind of music than I do. So maybe the way you're going about it is the right way for that kind of stuff. I'm not sure. It's not like I have any good advice to give to anybody about music anyway. I just have demoralizingly stark realities. Like, sure, I could say a lot of things that if somebody is in the market to improve their relationship with music creatively, maybe even as a listener, I'm not sure, that those things could be very useful to them. But it's more likely to just completely demoralize them. Because if they once they finally understand, they'll realize they're trying to if they don't make something that's as good as some of the greatest tracks ever recorded, then they just made complete garbage. And that's a harsh fucking reality to have to live with, you know? Because I could make a million songs, I could complete them all and stuff, but there's not any point if all I'm doing is producing worthless garbage. And, my message advice would be prepared to fail and fail and fail and fail and fail. And through that process, actually, you do get better. But it doesn't matter how much you get better. On any given occasion, there's never any guarantee, and you always have to just hope to catch lightning in a bottle. There's no strategy you can follow. It just requires your intuition to be on point, and other things just kind of fall into place, like the recording quality being good and all that kind of stuff. If you, if anybody were to seek advice on how to pull that off, my answer would be, I. That's the question. There's no answer to that. If there were an answer to that, there would be something you could execute a formula. The only way to do it is just be absolutely brilliant at every moment on every level throughout the whole thing. Make all the right decisions and about a fundamentally inspired, transcendent, melodic entity, right? It's a very tall order. It's a mercilessly unforgiving medium. One little thing can just totally destroy a track. Make it go from, hey, this is potential to, oh my God, they made that decision? Terrible, turn it off before I pull my ears out. Tough, tough, tough. I have a lot of tracks with potential that I don't know how to finish. Yeah, well, it's tough, right? Like, I think the walking song has a lot of potential. I don't really know what to do with it. I know. I I like it. Fries seem to like this as well. Like this is worth finishing, worth I'm finishing. But this should not be the chorus. Maybe like conceivably a bridge, but it's not terrible. But it's just something I pieced together to be a change. It didn't come about from the right place, which is I need to hear first of all what's supposed to go there, and then try to figure out how to make that sound like that. I have to hear it in my head first. And now, because I have this terrible change, I have that stuck in my head. When I think of the change. Like, what should be the change here? I don't even know. I don't know what should be the change. I have to listen to it a bunch and with a empty space there, try to hear what's supposed to be there. Because there is a correct answer to that, right? There's supposed to be something as the change. And whatever that is, that's the correct thing, the way it's supposed to be. I'm trying to channel this already developed, fully developed entity from the ether into a concretized form. But I did not channel the change part, just the main part, and accordingly, change is wrong. It is not representative of this musical entity's true identity. But I don't know what that is, though, and I don't know if or when I'm going to figure it out. I also think it should be a song that has singing in it, probably, but the only thing I have for vocals is not singing. Yeah, I don't have singing. It's like I just have rapping. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. And if you want to walk right, you better sing along. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. And if you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. If you want to walk right, you better sing along. It's a song that walks. A walking song. If you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong. That's all I have for the vocals, but really, I think you should have some singing to it. Like, ooh, wah, 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 wah. Ooh, ooh, wah, 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 wah. That's right. Ooh, wah, wah. Ooh, wah, 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 wah. Ooh, wah, wah. Wah, 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 ooh, wah, 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 wah. If you want, I could tell you, ooh, wah, wah. If you want to hear ooh, wah, wah, say the word, because ooh, wah, 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 ooh, wah. Wah, 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 ooh, wah, wah, ooh, wah. Ooh, da, ooh, da, ooh, da, ooh, da, ooh, da, ooh, wah. Ooh, wah, ooh, 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 wah. If you don't want to ooh, wah with me, go ahead and ooh, wah with somebody else. Gee, that's fine, just as long as you do some ooh, ahing. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ah. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ah. So, like, that could be the vocal line. That would be a terrible decision. And it's demonstrative of the fact that there are myriad wrong decisions and only one right decision. What type of pushy boyfriend would attract a college-age toast Eric? As a pushy boyfriend? I don't think any pushy boyfriend would attract me. INFJ pushy boyfriend, ESFP pushy boyfriend, doesn't matter. I don't. I don't even want a pushy girlfriend, let alone a pushy boyfriend. I find a song that I liked and listen to it 8 times over 3 days and it doesn't hit the same anymore. Well, yeah, it's possible to play some songs out, but you take a little break from them for a while and you come back. Fresh years will sound amazing again, probably. I mean, the best tracks, they'll continue to surprise you, delight you for years. Because you hear things that they're doing that you didn't pick up on before. That's one of those things too, where sometimes you listen to something on different speakers. Like one of the tracks of it will really pop out in a way that it doesn't on other speakers, and you go, "Oh my god, I never really listened to that part before." Your dopamine's a bit fucked. I think my dopamine's a bit fucked is enjoying. Yeah, I mean, if you're having low D, which is like low T but for dopamine, then everything's at least a little bit shitty. Nothing feels fun anymore. I feel like I need to chase a goal that I'm completely unaware of, some big idea of success or validation, not knowing any direction, but knowing there's some where I ought to be. Well, it's true, correct, and accurate, probably, that for both of us, that we feel a significant weight of failure that links to, like, I I understand on some level that if I applied myself consistently to one of multiple possible things, that I could attain achievement and impacts on that, and that is worth doing, a worthwhile thing to have accomplished, and actually accomplish things and have impacts and stuff is good. I'm aware of this. I want to have such impacts. I'd like to be able to make a decision, establish a plan, follow through on it. I'd like to be less of an intuitor. It's painful. It's painful and distressing to just be like, oh God, what time is it? I've just been sitting here tweaking out, looking at fucking YouTube videos for 4 hours, accomplishing absolutely nothing. I haven't even thought about like things I might do that value of some sort. Here it is. I was like, past lunchtime, I'm starving and about ready to go take a nap. This was not Where was the planning phase for today? When did that occur? I was left out of that meeting. Oh my God, that was big. You're fantastic, Rodney. I'm your fantastic, Rodney. Raggedy, raggedy, go granny. Yeah, 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 yeah. We're flying, where does it go up? We're flying, where does it go? Good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night, go up. Good marvelous time. Good fire time, marvelous time. Good marvelous time. Come in. Show me how to farm. Farm time. You always just busy dreaming one. I'm dreaming that one day I'd have a son named Farm time. Now it's a shard amongst my other pile of shattered dreams. I'm never gonna be an astronaut, even though I always said I would. No, thank you. I do not want this job as an astronaut. Well, I get it, extra benefits, but I don't want to be an astronaut. My cosmonaut either. It's the same thing. Come on, baby. Not draining me. It sounds like somebody's getting up on their dreams. Come on, baby. Horrible, horrible error. Of evolution. You really chat my hide. Just, can you stop with it, please? Can you just stop with it? I don't want to hear any more about it. Well, I think we learned a lot today. We learned a lot of stuff. A lot about this and a lot about that. I see very surreal things in my dreams frequently and easily. Very big highs and very low lows. The wildest thing is the intensity of the emotions I feel in the moment. In what moment? In the emotion moment? I'm missing the part of this, the first part of this thing here. If I really think about it, I want to be out in the world experiencing things, meeting people, and being part of something, but I seem to suck at doing that. I love music, yet I lost music for a while, didn't listen to any music, then I found it again. Who even goes out in the world and meets people, though? I don't know. I have some friends I vaguely know in small bands. That seems nice. Young people tend to socialize more. You're young, it's normal to socialize like that, but I think most people's social circles narrow greatly as they get older. True. Um, when you're telling your high school friends that your life is being in a band and surfing and dating hot young surfer chicks who like music to a group of tax accountants with mortgages and college degrees, then it will be the envy of the high school crowd tied to a keep up with the Joneses lifestyle. I've not met anyone that isn't a work contact or my wife's acquaintance in over 10 years. Hmm. Ah, I met somebody on Saturday and came over today to my house. So that's not usual for me, but that did happen to me. Your lifestyle sounds exotic and interesting. What kind of exotic, interesting things are you doing, Kay? Maybe I'm just prone to taking action on I'm making my whims and dreams come true even in the face of fear at every moment I can. It's not that difficult thing, still I'm not brave enough to do the things I really, really want to do. Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind when you said that for myself is like stand-up comedy. Something I'd really like to do, but I'm not brave enough to do, maybe. I guess I'm sort of lost and don't know where to go when it comes to happiness. Maybe there's some truth to desire being the root of all suffering. I don't even really know what I desire. Uh, well, maybe I should work on accepting the moment and not chasing a vague sense of success and validation as I find that I can't find, ever fill that void. I don't like feeling fear. It's my least favorite state. It is one I'm in most often, and it's because I don't want to fear. I try to face it in micro ways. Yeah, I mean, I experience plenty of fear all the time. Anxiety. It's unpleasant. I mean, it's just, in general, it's very difficult to strike the right balance in life between various things. You know, I like to party and I like to take amphetamines and stay up and stuff like that. But the only way I can do that without, you know, punishing lows is I've got to be SI attentive. Yeah, there you go. Yo, I mean, once you know and have settled into stretches of time the heightened motivation and interest of amphetamines, regular life seems a little underwhelming. Right. Yeah, well, Winston's mom, the key thing you're saying there is yes, you'd be frightened to do that, but also you don't want to do that. What Kate is talking about, and what I was talking about, are things you want to do, but are too scared to do. We will never see words like amphetamines thanks to autocorrect. Get booed, get it out of your system, and you will want to do it again because you'll realize it's not as big as you thought it was. I was pissed and life felt bleak. Yeah, I mean, I find in my cycle that I come out of the down stretch into a perfectly serviceable sober norm, not amphetamine norm. But it is a little bit like, okay, I gotta do this thing. That's fine. Like I was saying to Rachel the other day, I think what it means to grow up for both of us is lower highs and higher lows. I want to be able to stretch my bottom lip down far enough to go over the back of my head and meet my top lip, but I guess that'll never happen. I agree with you. I don't think that'll ever happen. Not even the mania, hypomania experience later compared to the euphoria from amphetamines. Yeah, well, that euphoria gets more muted over time a little bit. Like I remember some point in my early 20s, mid 20s or something. I did meth maybe for the first time or around then for like the first time I really did like a good amount of it or something. I couldn't believe how amazing I felt. It was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. You've robbed yourself of a chance to become a different person. I mean, not if you don't want to do the performance, okay? Like that might work if you want to do something like I want to do stand up comedy, but I have a lot of fear about it. I'm also not sure how I'm gonna go about it. Gonna have to look into it, stuff like that. But it's not the case that acquiescing to being forced into doing something you don't want to do makes you a better person on the other side or more anything except just justifiably pissed at whatever fucks insisted on leveraging you into doing shit you didn't want it. There's no growth from being forced into doing something you don't want to do. I'm pretty hungry, but not that hungry, I guess. All right. I'm cracking the Simply Apple. Cracking into the Simply Apple. I need a beverage. This is a beverage. This is what I've chosen to drink. I had other options. We could have gone with Arizona half and half, late, on Palmer. I could have gone with non-alcoholic beer. I could even have gone out of the box and had some of Rachel's cranberry juice. Or I could have gone a bottle of water. But I selected the Simply Apple. Let's see if I made the right choice. Yes, I did make the right choice. This is a refreshing beverage full of appliness. That's the kind of apple juice you don't kick out of bed, even if it's eating crackers. Very depressing. No, I can't read that. God, I don't like these hundreds. I should never have bought these hundreds. I went into the gas station to get cigarettes because I just wanted to use my card to get cigarettes. I could get them inside the casino, but I didn't want to use my cash for cigarettes. I go into that gas station and say, I'd like a pack of Marlboro Red Shorts, please. She says, we don't have any more. All we have is hundreds. I stood there, I literally stood there for like 30 seconds. Like, hundreds, huh? I knew full well I did not want hundreds. I was like, all right, I'll get a pack of hundreds. I'm regretting it now. Not at all the same cigarette as the Marlboro Red Short. Markedly different, I'd say. Let the... I should not read that at all. Oh, I think I can read it through. Let the owl head the call of to see if that's something that are in for. What in the world does that mean? K-E. It's not about becoming the best predator in the water. It's about being beyond just an owl, but an owl that can also swim. I mean, that doesn't make it a better owl to be able to swim. That makes it an owl that is inadequately specialized. Like, look, this owl can sing opera. Yeah, but it's failing to hunt mice and therefore is going to die soon. The reason it's failing to hunt mice is because it got this idea up its ass that it wanted to sing opera all of a sudden. Just be an owl, okay? You don't need to be an opera singer. You don't need to be a duck. Adding this corkscrew to yourself will not improve you. Let's all work hard to negate the Swiss Army knife school of thought. I don't know who's talking. Somebody's talking over there. Might be the neighbors. Let's all fight against this Swiss Army knife philosophy of things. Just let things be what they are and not something else. And don't add corkscrews to things and say it's better now. No, it's worse now. Like, a Swiss Army knife is a perfect example of something that in the interest of being everything, it be nothing good. Like, a Swiss Army knife, all these little tools it has on it, and not a single one of them is that the best instance of that tool, or even necessarily a good instance of that tool. Like, a Swiss Army knife part is fine enough, but an actual dedicated knife is better. Swiss Army knife's corkscrew is fine, I guess. But a dedicated corkscrew thing is better. Right? Swiss Army knife's saw is laughably terrible. Or any regular saw is way better. I guess the toothpick is fine on the Swiss Army knife. I'll acknowledge that it's not any worse than a regular toothpick. The magnifying glass. Are you serious? What are you looking at that requires a magnifying glass? That you're going to be satisfied with that magnifying glass? I guess just the back of the Benadryl thing. Like, oh look, I got a fish scaler on my Swiss Army knife. Okay, again, an actual fish scaler would be better. Also, you're going to get a bunch of fish scales in your Swiss Army knife. And just stop trying to have one thing be a bunch of different things at once. That's not a good way to go about things. So there was this place in Temple City called Louisiana Hot Wings and Spicy Szechuan Cuisine or something. you you need to be, you can be one of those two things. That's fine. Those things don't go together. Like, hey, look, people like Chinese food. People like Louisiana hot wings. Therefore, a restaurant that's both a Louisiana hot wings restaurant and a Chinese restaurant concurrently will get twice as much business. No, you idiots. That's not how things work. Nobody wants to go to the restaurant that does a bunch of different things. They're like, that's the kind of restaurant I want to go to. You really want Mexican food? I want to go to a restaurant that's like Mexican and Italian and also a sushi restaurant. Obviously, if it's doing all those things, it's not doing any of them particularly well. Look at In-N-Out. That's a perfect idea of how to do a restaurant. They've got a very small menu. You've got your cheeseburgers and fries, shakes, and regular drinks. And that's it. They don't have a chicken sandwich for you to buy. They don't have a fish sandwich. They don't have a Caesar salad you could get. They know what they are, and they don't try to be something other than that and think, oh, we could just, if we add a Caesar salad, it would be even better. Or we now have more stuff. That's better. More stuff is not better. Like, freaking Happy Burger Diner brags that the biggest menu in the Sierra Nevada mountains. That's not something to brag about. You're just inundating people with too many options. And freaking pick a lane. Stop playing such terrible music at your restaurant. And also, I'm tired of hitting my knee on the bar underneath the table there. So, you got a lot of problems, Happy Burger Diner. Yeah, San Francisco Bay Area in general, it's absolutely the norm for people to just pee anywhere. You cannot move through the greater Bay Area region without smelling constant urine and feces. Consider yourself lucky when you're walking through the Bay Area if you don't step on human turds on the sidewalk. Has there ever been so thoroughly and shitified a place as the Bay Area? I don't think so. I'm not. I'm not one to play those darn whatevers, but San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, they are at absolute evidence evidentiary example A of why not to do politics with your emotions. It's like the Bay Area used to be a very lovely place, you know, a long time ago. Back when I was in college, it was still pretty nice. But, you can't pass all these laws like legislating in place the rights of homeless people to do whatever they want, wherever they want, and expect it to turn out well. You can't be so progressive that you don't even think that actual criminals should be arrested and put in jail. It's just insane. Like, no, we just need to rehabilitate them with education and love. All right. Well, that's why you cannot walk down the street in Oakland without feeling like you're imminently going to get robbed. I recently watched a video about Eureka, California. It was focused on the drugs there and the people living on the street who were on drugs. Yeah, well, plenty of those people in Oakland, that's for sure. Um, the as a public policy matter, it's fairly straightforward. Now the Supreme Court has overturned that terrible decision that had previously rendered it impossible to dislodge people from camping in public spaces without building free housing for them. So now that incredibly bad court decision has been overturned, municipalities are empowered to deal with things as they see fit. Like, and no, there should never be, it should never be considered acceptable for homeless people to occupy public walkways and stuff and essentially destroy any kind of foot traffic, business stuff in the neighborhood, and make it impossible for people to operate normally using the public space as it's supposed to be used. That is not acceptable, and we can feel as much compassion as we want, but municipalities need to enforce laws that prevent that from happening. Is it a solution to homelessness? No. It's a solution to blight. But you don't You don't try to solve problems like homelessness or drug addiction. Those kinds of problems defy easy solutions. What you do is enforce law and order in a way that maintains the integrity and pleasantness of the public space for the public. But what about the drug addicts and what about the homeless people? Well, again, that's not the job of the municipality to solve those kind of problems. It's the job of the municipality to ensure that people who have those problems don't ruin the city for everybody else. Sad thing is how many buildings we have that are sitting empty all over America. Well, I mean, they're still owned by somebody, and they may be empty, and it may be preferable to the owner to have tenants, but that's not a solution to homelessness. And if homeless people could afford to rent a place, they wouldn't be homeless. I don't know what anti-homeless infrastructure is. I mean, the bottom line is, if you want anybody to have a good home, they have to attain it themselves, you know? If you give somebody a free place to live, they're not going to treat it well. They're not going to view it as their own, etc. You know, social programs in general, they do a lot of ontological harm. Oh, um, I mean, I like that kind of solution in general because it it bypasses the need for enforcing things, right? Like like I've always said, if you don't want me turning left here into that business, then you need to build a little wall there because your lines aren't going to stop me. And I'd rather you build a little wall because then there's no question about enforcing anything. Like, there's no chance of a cop giving me a ticket for an illegal left turn if it's not possible for me to make a left turn. It is the case that we don't want people sleeping on those benches because that's not what they're for. It is the case that we don't want people camping on the sidewalks underneath freeway overpasses because that's not what they're for. And you might say, well, where do you expect them to go or whatever like that? That's not a question that's to be answered by municipalities at all. That's not their job to solve homelessness or figure out what's going to happen with those people or anything. Their job is to preserve public space for normal public use. I think that's a good idea, Fly Guy. We could pay homeless people to go on lifelong sea voyages. Oh yeah, we're gonna keep sending you money to your account for the entire duration of your sea voyage. And even if you're not supposed to, but if you're at some other country, that's fine. We won't notice that. So you're doing a useful job. You're cleaning plastics out of the ocean, and you have a nice home, full of boat. You know, obviously you can't force people to do that, but maybe you could incentivize them. Probably a better incentive than money would be drugs on the boat. If you take this job on this boat, cleaning up plastics, you will get this many milligrams of fentanyl per month. They're already addicted to fentanyl, that'll probably be pretty appealing. Of course, it is also the case that if you fully equipped it like a party boat, probably wouldn't clean up very many plastics. You keep putting it off. We'll keep cleaning up the plastics tomorrow. If we house the homeless in prisons and give them jobs watching the prisoners, and then we give free daycare to every parent, and the prison's filled with the homeless and the criminal can be free daycare for all. The criminals are the child care workers, and the homeless become the prison guards. I don't know. I think we might end up seeing an uptick in escapes. I mean, I actually don't have an answer to a very real American problem of people failing to sustain, you know? Could happen to most anybody. A series of bad economic events, roads, job, whatever, could happen to most anybody. Yeah, I figured you were joking with someone. The thing is, there's nothing callous about what I'm saying. It might sound callous if you are enveloped in the delusion of there being a solution to problem A that's also a solution to problem B. There's not. And municipalities are only conceivably tasked with problem A. It's not a terrible idea, I don't think, for there to be homeless shelters, places, but it's probably always a bad idea for your city to build one because that attracts people who need those services. Tricky business all around, you know. I still maintain that despite the fact that there's no longer a pressing need for it because the Supreme Court overturned that one court decision, I still think that centralizing all homeless services into one spot makes the most sense, because then people have a viable option of someplace to go where there are a lot of services and a lot of things to accommodate. And because it's all in one place, there's no incentive to go to that city that's got more services or this city that's got more services, etc. You're gonna go back to college. Why in the world would anybody want to go to college? What were you studying? What would you be studying? And if you're studying something like advanced math, it might be a good idea to go to college, but that's the kind of thing you could generally teach yourself, I guess. What do you really need to go to college for? Well, like, you want to be a chemist, you have access to a lot of chemistry stuff at the university that you'd otherwise have to buy a bunch of stuff yourself. But still, you probably save money overall because the tuition's so outrageous. I don't know what's a good thing to go to college for. It's hard to think of anything. I do get that, like, if you want to go to law school, you gotta have an undergraduate degree. I'm guessing, Gil, if you're going to complete your women's studies degree, yeah, I don't want to rain on your parade, but I don't think there's a lot of high-paying jobs in that field. Now hiring. Desperate need for women's studies major. 6-figure salary plus benefits. Personally, I don't think I could handle being a counselor. Like, not only do I not want to hear about your sad shit, it will cause me pain for me to hear about it. And I'll think about it and be like, oh, that's so sad. Oh, take me away, urine station. You are truly the Calgon of this toilet. Oh my goodness. Man, Zora. Zora. 12:30. How did it get to be so late? Who turned up the late? What's wrong with Eric today? Well, he took too many drugs today and stayed up too late. And then he got up super early. That's what's wrong with Eric today. You're going to try to get some rest. Sounds like a good thing to do. You'll be auto-tuning Rich Sadie Princess Hindi rap. I'm from Saudi Arabia, and maybe you didn't know that before. That's one of the Saudi Arabian raps. You can see staring at the screen late at night. I could. I do. I have. I will. I am. But is this all there is to life? Just me staring at this screen, waiting for life to happen? Life's never going to happen at that rate, Eric. You got to go out and make it happen. You got to walk outside, find life, kick it right in the nuts, and say, "You're mine, bitch." Nobody ever accomplished anything by being one with nature. You got to go out there and dominate it. Show it who's boss. Filling all this land here with concrete. Get rid of all this water and dirt. Cut down all these trees. There. Now, that's better. It's all flat and gray. We showed nature who's boss. What am I coming in here for again? I know I came here for some reason. Was it to get a beverage? Maybe. Do I have a beverage anywhere? I have that beverage. I don't know why I went in there. Didn't he say he had a dentist appointment? I haven't seen him since. Oh, gee. I don't know. I don't recall. Well, I know what I was going in there for. It wasn't to get a drink. It was to do a salt water mouth rinse. But I will get some coffee while I'm going in there anyway. And then cereal at some point. I just have to end this stream. Be a grown up and say, okay, Eric, party time's over. Need to get some sleep. And then you take it easy tomorrow. Really need to just kind of be really grown up and say, alright, let me go through the Adderall crash one right now, rather than letting the bottle get all into diminishing returns and repeat the same catastrophically bad idea that I do every month. No. This time, maybe, conceivably, oh no, just crack. Oh no, like, but I'm awake right now and I want to be like super strong. I really don't feel that strong. Okay, Eric, this means you do not take Adderall for a couple of days. Take more Adderall. That's the lesson for tomorrow. And maybe the next day too. Gotta be days of recovery. Not days of more tweaking out. Proper thwackage requires maintenance of your SI stuff, your dopamine levels and stuff. You want to get properly thwacked out. You also need to get a lot of sleep in between thwackage sessions. You can't have all day, every day be a thwackage session. Today it was fine. I certainly don't regret at all whacking out today. I thought it was wonderful fun. But that means that tomorrow I'm going to need to be a little bit more responsible than normal and not burn through all my Adderall. Did I heat this up yet? No, I didn't. It's just a little partial cup of coffee, but it'll tide me over until this pot of coffee is done being cooked. So, I'm envisioning future Eric tomorrow being virtuous, just saying, I don't care what time I get up, just get up for like a little bit and just go right back to bed. Not pass go, do not collect 200 Adderalls, do not try to have a fun day. Just try to have a recuperation day. Really, 2 recuperation days. Even that, you're shortchanging yourself a little bit. Got nothing going on tomorrow anyway. We don't need to go anywhere. Oh, this is way too long. Get a little bit of coffee for such a long time. There. Melt. Melt away, melt away. No, because you're too hot. I'll add some half and half. Half and half. Did anybody ever figure out the answer to the question, why does half and half last longer before it expires than regular milk? Why? Like, this half and half expires January 11th. The milk expires December 28th. But I've seen it even bigger gaps than that. What is it about half and half that it doesn't spoil as much as regular milk? Or like cottage cheese. It'll last, it stays good a long time. What is the magic thing that cottage cheese does? Makes it be a dairy product, a wet dairy product that can stay good for months? The answer? Only Mr. and Mrs. Cottage Cheese, inventors of cottage cheese, know the answer. They don't give up their secrets lightly. I'm gonna move this back. I love how AI answers questions I Google. Like, it's so much better a way to get answers than looking through Google search results. Well, I ask it, is split pea a specific kind of pea? It gives me the answer, no, it's a regular pea that gets chopped in half. Here's why they chop it in half. I don't have to look at any search results and just look at what the AI says. It's fine. I get it, it's not always right, but I believe it when it comes to the question of split peas. That's not the sort of question it's going to get wrong. Certain kinds of questions it'll have more trouble with, but are split peas a distinct kind of pea is not the kind of question AI is going to get wrong. Also, AI is a good question. Person to ask. Is Cord Overstreet's real name Cord Overstreet? And I will inform you, yes, that is his actual birth name. I also asked, yeah, the other day, if Norfolk, England is a nice place to live. Because that's where Tim lives from Walk With Me, Tim. Really, what I was wondering was, is it like a super pricey exurb of London or what? Because it takes him 3 hours to get to London. Seems rather far. But I figure it must be like a swanky neighborhood or something. But apparently, it's less swanky than Norwich, but still very nice. Norfolk is a nice place, but I guess Norwich is a better place even. So, these are the kind of questions you can ask AI and get fine answers from. Has no one paid for an investigation regarding Court Overstreet's birth name? I mean, I don't think we we paid for an investigation into his name, but we gladly would have if AI hadn't done it for free. That'd be a good job for me, Detective Private Dick. People ask me to investigate whether their spouse is cheating on them or not. I'll be like, all right, I will go take pictures of your cheating spouse. And I'll throw in a bonus case for free. You can choose from any of these cases. The case of the missing briefcase, the case of the found briefcase. I did more, but also, once you've hired us 5 times for 5 different cases, your 6th case is free. Part of the deal I'm giving out. As a private investigator, I will investigate anything. If you want me to investigate whether Sasquatch exists, I can do that. I can already tell you the answer right now before I even investigate. But if you want to hire me to investigate that question, I will do the investigation anyway, even though I already know the answer. If you want me to investigate, I don't know, the Peruvian government, I could do that. If you want me to travel someplace, though, it's going to cost a lot extra. I don't really like to travel. But, if I can get wherever I got to go in my car, then that's fine. Would you like me to investigate the case of the missing banquet? What happened to the banquet? It was scheduled, and suddenly there's no banquet. What happened? I can investigate that. Turns out Judy canceled it about 2 weeks ago, and she CC'd everybody on the email, but yours got returned Mailer Demon. So maybe you gave her the wrong email address. That's the result of my investigation. Would you like me to investigate whether you can become an investigator like me? I could do that. The bottom line is, in the private dick game, you're either Charlie or an angel. Those are the only two roles to fill. So let me ask you, are you feeling like an angel? Yes, I am. I know someone whose husband hired a private detective, got rather ugly, and involved passion fruit. Passion fruits, by the way, are not at all good unless you do a bunch of shit to them. Like, if you ever had, say, guava passion fruit drink or mango passion fruit, think, oh, this is good. I like passion fruit, tastes a lot. If you actually try to eat one of those fruits, they don't taste like that at all. She is not yellow, she's gold, okay? Just like USC is not red and yellow, it's cardinal and gold. So yeah, I went a little hog wild today in general. At the end of going hog wild, I always have this feeling of like, whoa there, cowboy. Let's reel it back in a little bit. But you know, today nothing bad happened or anything. I just feel like the day kind of ran on its own, piloted itself, you know. It's time to come back down to earth, where things are boring and you're not having fun. That's your goal for tomorrow, Eric. To have zero fun. If you're having fun, you aren't resting, and you need to be resting. And that's adulthood, recognizing you can't constantly have fun. That not every day can be packed full of drugs and adventure. Apparently, even white foxes are getting replaced by big fat red foxes, which are not supposed to be this far north. Every local I've met has been complaining about how the snow is coming later, which is quite sad. Uh huh. Well, you know, climate's changing. The world's getting warmer. This will certainly not be the first time that we've had a warm planet. I saw some video that was talking about sometime a long time ago when dinosaurs were around, where like the average temperature of Earth was like 70 degrees or something, which is crazy. That includes like nighttime and the polar caps and stuff. It's crazy hot. Okay. Okay, I believe we've discussed this Celsius problem of yours before. Nobody knows what that means. 30 degrees Celsius. I mean, I know it's almost a third of the way towards boiling water. What does that tell me? Nothing unless I'm trying to boil water. The whole Celsius thing doesn't make any sense. Why would water boil at 100 degrees? It clearly boils at 212 degrees. Why would it freeze at 0 degrees? It clearly freezes at 32 degrees. So it's like you've got a perfectly sensible temperature system already in place. Don't fix what's not broken. Nobody needs your Celsius. It also doesn't matter if you call it centigrade. I still don't need it. We don't need kilometers at all either. We don't need those. We don't need, well, we do need like grams and milligrams and stuff because that's how we measure drugs. We don't need liters. Everything about a liter sounds European to me. Just like, is a 2 liter about a half gallon? I don't know. But if it's not the same, then instead of putting a 2 liter of Coke, make a half gallon of Coke. Nobody knows how much a liter is. Like kilogram. And for a long time, what defined a kilogram was this object they kept in Paris that was the defining thing, defined how heavy a kilogram was. Nowadays, they have it linked to some sort of equation, some complicated equation involving the number of molecules and a certain amount of some material. Something to do with Planck's constant, I think. Anyway, that's not how you figure out how much something weighs. The way you figure out how much it weighs is you put it on a scale that tells you how much it weighs in pounds. And ounces is fine. How is a pound defined? It doesn't matter. That's the point. Pound is a pound. Everybody knows what a pound is. Nobody knows what a kilogram is. Nobody wants to know what a kilogram is. Like, I'm not even fully satisfied with measuring things in miles. I think we should use furlongs more often. A furlong is some portion of a mile. I don't even know how much of a mile it is, but The point is, we need something that's between a yard and a mile, obviously. And that thing is the furlong. And when it comes to nuts and bolts, we can just have everything please be standard. We don't need any metrics. Like, okay, I got my socket wrench set up. Let me just find the right socket for this thing. Why do none of them fit? Oh my God, because it's metric. Now I have to get out the other socket set. And I don't even know if I have all of those ones. Can you guys just stop, please, with your. Let's just use different units of measurement this time. This time, instead of standard or metric, it's going to be my new made up measurement system. Where one graw is the length of the tip of your pinky. Just don't make up a new unit of measurement. Just use the normal one. Okay? I do not want there to be on my ruler inches and eighths of an inch and also centimeters. No, I don't want to measure things in centimeters. Who wants to measure anything that's best measured in centimeters? Nobody. Inches are properly broken into 8 parts. So you've got an inch and 1/8, an inch and 2/8. If you really want to get precise, you can break them into 16. You don't need any more little lines than that. Centimeters, you're not useful for anything. You're like the penny of measurements. It's time to just phase you out and replace you with nickels. I like it when Europeans tell you how tall they are. Yeah, I'm 190 centimeters. 190 centimeters, huh? Like, you don't have a better unit to measure you in? You have to have 190 of these units to measure you? Clearly, you need something between millimeters and meters that's bigger than centimeters. It was €7.40 for 194 centimeters. Okay, euros. Just can you guys just all go back to having your own currencies, please? If I go to Europe and I'm in Germany, I want to be spending fucking Deutschmarks, okay? If I'm in Italy, I want to be spending lira, worthless lira. If I'm in Sweden, I want to be spending Swedish kronigs, not euros. Give us back our legacy currencies. They gave flavor to a bland world. European Union. Well, whoop-de-doo. Look at all the Europes getting all together and chummy and stuff. Hey, we're all like one big place now. You are not like one big place. You want to standardize everything, improve trade, make it more successful and such. These are obviously laudable enough goals, but no. Just let's break up the EU, put everyone back as their own country with their own money and their own rules. Things everybody should know. Things like stop it with including Greece in the EU. Greece doesn't belong in the EU. They're barely part of Europe. They're really, they're just some thing that's not on any continent. It's just some crappy little places in the ocean covered in goats and financial insolvency. That's what it's like in Greece. You might think, I want to go to Greece someday. You don't want to go to Greece. There's no reason to go to Greece. It's like the Greeks are still proud of like their ancient philosophers and ruined buildings and stuff because they haven't done a damn thing since. That's why. So should you go to Greece? No. Should you go to Morocco? Maybe. I don't really have a strong opinion about Morocco. Sounds exotic. Like nobody could accuse you of going to a predictable tourist spot if you went to Morocco. Although I'm sure plenty of tourists do go to Morocco. Well, what's there to do in Morocco, really, anyway? I guess you could do karaoke. I'm guessing even in Morocco, they've got some English language karaoke going on. You could insult the prophet. Wait. No, actually, probably don't do that in Morocco. I think it's a Muslim country. And you know how they get very fussy about their prophet and stuff. If you go to Morocco, maybe get a shirt first that says, I respect Islam so much. Seems to be a big deal with a lot of Muslim countries. You gotta respect Islam and its ways. You might say, wasn't that kind of universal, Eric? Not really. I don't think that Christians expect anybody to respect Christianity. I guess as Muslims feel disrespected, well, that's all part of being grown ups in the universe. You know, I make fun of your sacred cow. Your remedy is to make fun of mine, not to claim that making fun of things is evil and to use violence and stuff. That's not how a good world is attained. You know, you know what I always say. Muslims, Muslims, they're fine. They're just individuals like everybody else. They're just they, they just grew up in a way in a place where people are super religious. The Islamic world doesn't quite seem to get how not religious the rest of the world is. And a mom, a rabbi, and a priest walk into a bar. Hilarity ensues. What has happened? Well, you've got to read between the lines here. And everything you need to know is already there in the joke. You just need to intuit the punchline. Something, something, pumpkin pie, something, something. I'm pretty sure is the punchline. Well, if you say we got enough pumpkin pie, then I guess you're not eating any, said one of the guys because of his voracious, insatiable appetite for pumpkin pie. Which of them has this appetite? I think it might be the Catholic priest, more likely to have extensive pumpkin pie exposure than either the rabbi or the imam. Imam. That's my imam. She's not really my mom. She's just an artifact of computers. But I love her still the same. A sheep, a goat, and another sheep walk into a bar. The bartender said, "What are you sheeps doing here?" And the goat said, "I'm not a sheep." The bartender said, "I was talking to the other two people who are sheep." And then the goat said, "Touche." At which point the bartender resumed his questioning of the sheep. "Why are you in here? Sheep don't belong in the bar." The goat chimed in, "Don't tell us where we belong." And the bartender reiterated, "I'm not talking to you, goat. I'm talking to these sheep. So, sheep, why don't you go drink in the park? Bars are not for barnyard animals. The goat said, we're not barnyard animals. We're city sheep and goat. Nobody is talking to you, goat, said the bartender. Now, what were we talking about? Well, sheep, I'll tell you. We're talking about whether or not you belong in a bar. And the answer is you don't. So run along now, both of you sheep and you too, goat. And so the two sheep and the goat left the bar. And that's the whole story about the time that two sheep and a goat walked into a bar. This isn't the kind of story that they're going to teach you in history class. They like to hide the truth behind their chapters on World War II and stories about Charles Lindbergh. You think Charles Lindbergh really deserves all that much attention?
That's a great question.
I'm going to say no. I don't think that Charles Lindbergh deserves any attention. Hi, Phoenix 2002. What did he do? Flew a plane and lost a baby. How is that noteworthy? I could fly a plane and lose a baby, no problem. Population of what? Of whales? Yeah, well, that sucks. Don't be depressing about all the creatures dying because of human horribleness. That's sad. Now, who was I talking about a second ago? Norwegians can't access them because of a sugar tax? Is the thing they can't access sugar? Norwegians don't need sugar. They get all the sweetness they could ever want from the fjords directly from the fjords. Yeah, well, the warming thing is not like a concept, it's an actual phenomenon. The Earth's ecosystem is buckling under the strain of human activity. But, while warming is anthropogenic, it actually began many thousands of years ago with farming. Sure, it accelerated dramatically during high carbon output years, but it's important to remember that there's nothing to be gained by attempting to mitigate. Like, there's no solution to be found in carbon taxes or any of that kind of stuff where you're trying to prevent people from producing as much carbon. Well, sure, that is the case. That human activity accelerated global warming substantially. Uh, but it nevertheless remains that Earth is on kind of a cyclical pattern of warming and periods followed by ice ages. And I don't know what's going to cause or when the next ice age will happen. But when it does, the warming will be rendered immediately irrelevant. Probably come in the form of some big volcano eruption or meteor impact that launches a new ice age. But the key takeaway, Kay, about the whole global warming thing is to acknowledge that mitigation is a fool's errand that we can adapt or solve, but not mitigate. Well, I mean, it's absolutely certain that humans are going to continue to produce carbon every time they do something productive. And so, to the extent that carbon in the atmosphere is a major factor in warming, and you can expect current trends to continue. The point is, no good will ever come from trying to get people to have a smaller carbon footprint. That's insane. That's not how you deal with things like that at all. In an ideal world, we'd have actual solvency, some kind of sequestration approach that works without unintended consequences. Failing that, we adapt, get accustomed to a different world with different weather, different sea levels, and beachfront property being different places. Certainly, humans can build some massive kind of seawall things and other such stuff to protect settlements. Obviously, that's not going to help the polar bears, but neither will ill conceived, doomed attempts to mitigate. The beautiful thing about climate change is we already have all the answers we need. I just articulated them all. So nobody should have anything to argue about with climate change. We have two viable paths to addressing it. One ill-conceived, not viable path, and that's it. So that's one of the good things about climate change is that it's been fully resolved argumentationally, like all good things. I'm not saying climate change is good. I'm saying it behaves properly when it comes to argumentation. We know everything we need to know to understand exactly what we should never do and what we can potentially do, maybe ought. The question of whether or not we should, in fact, solve climate change if we could is not already answered. No, you're absolutely wrong, Kay. You're absolutely wrong about some effort is better than no effort. So there was a time in human history when our cities became just unlivable because of the massive amount of sewage problems that we had. And do you know what was never conceivably remotely a good idea? Try to get people to poop and pee less. That's not how we deal with those kind of things. It does not make any sense to try to deal with that. Your little, environmental theater shit is not a meaningful anything except some way to pretend like people's feelings matter about it. So no, okay, absolutely not. Never in a million years you're gonna sneak that kind of bullshit past me. Nobody should feel ownership for global warming because there's nothing wrong with producing carbon. Okay, sure, people operate on feelings, but the point is, if you're trying to make them feel bad for pooping and peeing too much, you are wildly wrong in your direction, intentionality, or whatever you want to call it. It is not the case that people should produce less carbon because that's that's the inevitable consequence of all productive activity that humans do. It's the engine of our prosperity. It's the source of any conceivable solution to the global warming problem would have to come from more successful productivity and prosperity, not less. So while people may operate on feelings, our approach to actual problems should not. Accordingly, just because it would make you feel better if other people felt guilty about their carbon emissions, that's not a reason why people should feel guilty about it. Remember, we're talking about carbon dioxide here. We're not talking about pollution. Every breath you take, you put carbon dioxide out. So if you want to start feeling guilty about putting out carbon, then you need to start breathing less. Put your breathing where your mouth is. When you start breathing less, then I'll accept that other people should should concern themselves about their carbon emissions. The whole idea, like, oh, it's terrible to have a big carbon footprint, is such complete fucking garbage. People can't go around concerning themselves with how much carbon dioxide they're putting out. That's insane. That's not the way a sane world deals with things. And just the horrible disingenuity of the idea that because people operate according to feelings, that we need to factor those feelings in when determining what the correct course of action is. It's absolutely incorrect. You are right that people are often wrong because they're dealing with things that need to be thought with their feelings. That doesn't mean we should join them. Oh, but look, all these idiots are doing it, shouldn't we? No, actually, we should not. We're humanity's saving grace. You know, somebody's got to be correct. Otherwise, nobody's correct. Then we're truly fucked. So I'm happy to do the job of being correct. It's the least I can do for this wonderful world and wonderful country. It's easy for me to do, and since I don't expect anybody to actually care or hear me or whatever, then that's fine. I'm just doing the service of being correct and saying correct things, and I can control what other people do with the correct things I said. Will they understand them and adopt the correct positions as I have given them the opportunity to do? No, probably not. Why? Well, because they value something other than correctness. The bottom line is all I can do is my job. I can't do other people's job for them. I can explain things, tell them what's correct, explain why it's correct. After that, who knows what happens? Maybe sometimes they walk away and later on when they're by themselves they go, wow, Eric really was correct. Even though I was arguing with him at the time. I respect now I see he was correct. Maybe that happens a lot, I don't know. Maybe they go home and they think, that horrible Eric. The further away from that conversation I get, the more certain I am that he was incorrect. That could be that too, you know. I don't trust them to be correct about things. So like I'm not saying I don't trust them to determine what's correct themselves. I don't trust them to be correct even when I tell them specifically exactly the correct answer. And why? I still don't expect them to be correct because they don't want to be. That's not their goal. And of course, it doesn't have any use to be correct. It's not useful at all. Not at all. It's the opposite of useful. It's a constant hindrance. And I feel like watching videos, YouTube videos, so there's a constant minefield. Because people talk about things that are wrong all the time. And or somehow evolution will come up in a video about whatever. I just feel like, oh, why are you doing this to me? What we now understand is that hundreds of millions of years ago, this creature evolved in order to accomplish this outcome. Okay. Well, it's not just that. People talk about wrong things all the time. Plenty of the kind of videos that Rachel watches, the person will have a wrong frame of reference. It's not, I'm not poo-pooing it because it's talking about terror or something, but I'm saying she'll get mad at a video and it'll be because that person was using tarot to say, this is what you should do. And that's not the proper way to use tarot at all. Because doing things is very determining. Like, once you actually make the decision to do something, you do it, then you have to live with all the impacts of that thing, whatever it is you do. Tarot is a way of understanding the self, one's circumstances, one's situation, and such. Should not be warped into TE style advice giving. Here's how you need to be different by doing these things that I do, which make me so good. Fuck that noise. A solid chocolate brown. My eyes, like the rest of me, are fluidly transracial. They constantly change, both in color and shape. In high school, I was voted most likely to have slanty eyes. I was also voted most likely to have round eyes. I'm not sure why they had those two categories either. But the rest of the categories were normal stuff, like most likely to win the Nobel Prize, most likely to cheat on their first wife. The normal stuff. Most likely to take up whaling as a hobby. Oh my God. Are you killing that whale to sell its blubber? I don't know. This is just a hobby. Maybe one day, fingers crossed, I could be good enough to be a professional, but right now I'm just doing this for kicks. You horrible person. You can't harpoon whales for fun. Oh, oh, I'd tell that to this whale with a harpoon stuck in it. It's not fun for the whale. Ah, well, it's not supposed to be fun for the whale. I like to call them the cockroaches of the sea. Whales? Yeah, because they're filthy, skittering little creatures that run away from the purifying light of day and my harpoon. But I really don't think whales have that much in common with cockroaches. Well, you haven't really thought about all the ways that they are the same. I can't think of any. They're both disgusting and they both deserve to die. How about that? Well, okay, I guess. Thank you. Now, can I get back to killing these whales? Go ahead. By the end of the day, the lady is all on board this activity. I cannot believe it. I never thought harpooning whales would be this much fun. It is so exciting. I know, right, babe? All of a sudden, these guys are dating. Well, with a shared passion for hobby whaling, I think this couple's gonna go far. Yeah, you are late to the party. I'm about to wrap it up. Had a long day, a long night. It's football time, so fight, fight, fight. And yeah, thanks for the depressing stats post. No, not much, if at all. Wait, hi, what does this all mean? Got a new phone, but had trouble transferring YouTube account to the phone. Well, that's fine. Now you can be Alex Holdfast. I think that name is just fine. Makes you wonder what you're holding fast onto. Like, could it be a pull-up bar? Could be. This is the time. It's just like, oh, like I don't want to really crash out per se, but I should, and running out of energy, and not gonna do any more drugs now. So Nothing to do with to go to bed. Hold fast is my family motto. So, like, don't give up. Perseverance in the face of challenges will save us from failure. Well, that kind of fast, holding fast like that, fasten, that's actually where the term fasting comes from. I one time asked Chat GPT, what's the etymology of the word fast meaning to abstain from food? And it said it is the same term as in to hold fast or fasten something. It's a term that refers to the discipline part of it. Oh, it's late. It's 1, 2 in the morning or something. I definitely need to go to bed. I definitely need to get some sleep. I had a long stream. Are you moving? Uh, are you moving? The same area move? Hmm. Well, good luck with that. Moving certainly is stressful. You know, try to take care of yourself physically and emotionally. It can be a trying time. All right, I'm done. Good night. Thank you for being here. I am going to watch a little TV, maybe I just go try to lie down right away, or maybe I take a shower and then go lie down. Regardless, I'm going to end the live stream.